Good evening, everyone. My name is Jill Wiedrick, and I am the Village Planner. Welcome to the Planning Board and Historic Preservation Commission hearing for 58 South Main Street. This is an opportunity for both land use boards to hear about the project from the applicant, ask questions of the applicant, and for the public to voice their support or opposition to the project. The applications and staff reports were all posted on the Village website and E-Code at least a week ago and were available for the public to review. Please note that all written comments that have been received through 4 p.m. today have been provided to the applicant, the Planning Board, and Historic Preservation Commission. If you are planning to speak today and have not already done so, please sign in on the sign-in sheets located on the table. Please also silence your cell phones during the hearing. We do have a lengthy agenda this evening, and as a result, the Planning Board and Historic Preservation Commission may elect to take a short break. If the members choose to break in between cases, I will announce the time that the meeting will reconvene. And it will be this evening. The first item on the agenda this evening will be the seeker determination. The Planning Board discussed seeker at their last meeting on September 5th. Based on their discussion, a draft declaration was completed and provided to the Planning Board. The Planning Board will discuss and vote on the declaration. There will not be an opportunity for public comment. The second item on the agenda is a review of the proposed subdivision. This review will be conducted by the Planning Board. The applicant will present, and the Planning Board members will ask questions of the applicant. The public will then have the opportunity to speak in support or opposition of the subdivision. Please direct your comments to the subdivision, as there will be an opportunity to speak in support or opposition of the at the later time during the meeting. The next 4 items on the agenda are focused on the reuse of the Bank of America building, addition to the Bank of America building, and the proposed new building. The applicant will present the project. The Planning Board and Historic Preservation Commission will then have the opportunity to ask questions. Following this, there will be an opportunity for those in support and opposition to speak. After all that would like to speak have had a chance to do so, the applicant will respond to comments. Planning Board and Historic Preservation Commission members may then ask additional questions. At this point, the hearing will be closed. The Planning Board and Historic Preservation Commission will then deliberate and vote. During this time, no additional testimony may be given by anyone. In an effort to group similar cases together, the boards will first review the buildings and then the signage. The Planning Board will deliberate and vote on case 2, and the Historic Preservation Commission will deliberate and vote on case 4. Then the Planning Board will deliberate and vote on case 3, and the Historic Preservation Commission will deliberate and vote on case 5. The applicant and all speakers in support or opposition to the application are reminded that the board's decision will be based on the standards set forth in the Village Code, and all comments should be directed to those standards. Before we open the first item on the agenda, please note that the board members are all volunteers. I would like each of the board members to confirm their presence for purposes of a roll call and establishing a quorum for this hearing, and to introduce themselves and mention their area of expertise. And I'd also like to mention my colleague next to me, John Mancuso. He is the village attorney, and again, I'm Jill Wiedrick, the village planner.
Joseph Burkhart, Planning Board.
Tom O'Gara, Planning Board.
Andy Martin, Planning Board.
Heather Williams, Planning Board.
Yana Garansky, Planning Board.
Kara Myers, Historic Preservation Commission.
Doris Davis Fritsch, Historic Preservation.
Kyle Wobser, Historic Preservation Commission.
David Stites, Historic Preservation Commission.
Chuck Smith, Historic Preservation Commission.
Thank you, and I'd also ask all board members that when you speak, please be sure to speak clearly into the microphone so that all may hear you. So I'll call the first item on our agenda. The address is 58 South Main Street. The applicant is Angelo Ingracia, 58 South Main, Fairport LLC. The action is to review the environmental assessment form and supporting documentation and make a determination of significance. And again, this is there will not be any public comment for this portion.
So I think I can make a motion as follows. Finding.
Yana, if I could just jump in. I'd like to have Board Member Martin, Planning Board Member Martin, go on the record stating that he has reviewed the video recording for the September 5th hearing related to seeker, and that he has reviewed the documentation as well as the draft declaration.
I have reviewed the video feed, the documentation, and the draft. All draft materials.
And I'd also like to mention, as mentioned earlier, that at the September 5th hearing, the Planning Board reviewed the Part 2 and also provided a Part 3, which means that they have reviewed each of the 11 questions as part of the seeker process and elaborated on all of those statements, finding that there was no or small impact for all 11 questions. So they asked us to compile those statements that were made into a document so that they could review it, and that forms the basis of the negative declaration. So are there any questions from the Planning Board related to the draft document that was provided?
So now I can go ahead and make a motion as follows. Finding that the proposed action will result in no potential significant adverse environmental impacts, requiring the preparation of an environmental impact statement for the proposed action and issuing a negative declaration for the proposed action. Accepting the findings contained in Part 2 and 3 of the short environmental assessment form and the notice of determination of non-significance, and directing the Planning Board Chair to sign and date Part 3 of the short environmental assessment form. So I'll make the motion, if I can have a second.
Second.
Everyone in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so case 1, the case type is a subdivision, and again, the Planning Board will be reviewing this. The address is 58 South Main Street. The applicant is Angelo Ingracia, 58 South Main, Fairport LLC. The request is to subdivide one parcel to create two parcels. So should you choose to approve this subdivision, I recommend that you condition on the waiver of the front setback during site plan review, the approval of an access agreement by the village board, a storm sewer access and maintenance agreement, and a hold harmless agreement between the property owner and the village. And also, there is comments provided by the village engineer that you condition that on successful resolution, thank you, Heather, of all the comments from the village engineer. So with that, we can open up the case, and if the applicant could step forward and present.
Great, thanks. Again, Matt Tomlinson, Marathon Engineering, joined with several members of the design team as well, who will be presenting a little bit later on this evening and introducing themselves. That way I don't mess up any last names or anything like that. We are currently proposing a subdivision, and quite simply, we're splitting the parcel roughly in two at 58 South Main Street, or what we're proposing today. That is intended to provide or create a second development parcel. Again, we'll get into the details of specifics to the site plan associated with the subdivision request. The subdivision, or the current lot, is 0.38 acres currently. The subdivision will split it into 0.2 and 0.18 acres, which are both lots will be fully in compliance with the minimum lot widths, lot depths, lot areas required by code, so fully code compliant. There is a portion of the existing building being the drive-through for the old bank teller that'll be removed, as that will be proximate to the new property line and as part of, again, the development that we'll be talking about a little bit later. We have reviewed the village engineer comments. We did respond in writing to those without plan updates yet, but just to let the boards know, as well as staff, that those are mostly technical in nature. We don't anticipate any issues in addressing and resolving those to the village engineer and the village's satisfaction, again, if this proposal goes forward. And same thing with the requirements for maintenance, hold harmless, and the easements. We're fully understand those requirements, and we'll be providing those prior to final signatures being on the maps. I think that's it from a strictly subdivision standpoint. So if there's any questions for us, we'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions so far?
What, just humor me, what's the purpose in subdividing it? Why not just leave it as one property with two structures on it?
There's a couple of reasons, financing being one of them in construction. Secondly, from a development standpoint, it's simpler for both buildings being principal buildings. If they're on the same parcel of land, for example, the water authority requires you only to have 1 meter, so then you have to sub-meter or have an agreement between. So this makes sure that each building has its own utilities, electric, sewer, water, all of those. So primarily, it's for those purposes.
Will both sub-parcels have common owners?
That is what is proposed currently, yes. It does allow for sale of one or the other, obviously, but there's no plans for that at this time.
Yeah, I guess what I'm wondering, and because obviously when we do this, one can be sold to another, and then the agreements between one entity and another, how do we make sure that they, let's say, run with the land? And if we require common maintenance, that it is binding on the successors?
So I can speak to it from
Okay.
this standpoint and then from the village's standpoint. So any easements, agreements, or deed restrictions
Yep.
will be filed with the county clerk's office. Those are fully enforceable. Typically, the language is successors and assigns, which carries through to any ownership on the parcels regardless of who that's transferred to.
Yeah, I was getting more in terms of, like, maintenance agreements. I'm sure you guys are gonna have common maintenance. Yeah, there's gonna be things that aren't recorded with the county clerk. That'll be agreements between the two parties. How do you make sure those agreements remain in effect?
Those can also be handled with reciprocal easement agreements, which will
Okay.
cover like the common sidewalk down the middle. Some of the parking areas will be deed restricted as well. So that also is an easement agreement that will be filed between the two properties.
Okay. That's all I had.
With that being said, I would like to add something, because we're talking about the separation of the properties, and of course, you are reviewing a number of approvals at this point. So the subdivision, should you choose to move forward with it, should also be conditioned on receipt of all applicable governmental approvals, including without limited site plan approval from the Planning Board, certificate of appropriateness from the Historic Preservation Commission. So that being that if the additional approvals are not granted, that the subdivision would not happen. And we want to ensure that because if there were a lot line that would be created, it would go through the drive-through.
Do you have the ability to pull up the site plan on the screen?
Unfortunately, I do not.
Okay, I'll just yell at Matt, that's fine, I'm good with that. So, Matt, in front of the building, we've got, you've got your work area defined here. In the curb specifically, right now, it's like 2 aprons, and basically it's all concrete from curb to pretty much where you're gonna start the building there. It looks like you have to remove a majority of that concrete in order to install all your utilities there. Is there a reason why you're replacing it all with concrete? And then I wasn't sure, you didn't have a detail on what happens with the curb there. Is that gonna go back to normal height?
This is the area within the right-of-way specifically that you're
Yes,
talking about? Yeah,
yes.
so State DOT, when we remove the driveway, is gonna require us as part of the permit process to put back in full-depth curb and restore the sidewalk. You're correct in that the utility installation is going to require cuts through that area. And so we're going to be, between the aprons and the utilities, all of that will need to be replaced, so that's what we're proposing.
Sure. Any specific reason why we would replace between the sidewalk and the curb with concrete in lieu of grass?
between the sidewalk and.
And I know it's hard to delineate where the sidewalk ends and the apron starts, but if you could imagine the sidewalk continuing from, I believe it's 70 North Main Street, South Main Street? North, if that were to extend in lieu of the concrete apron that extends probably, I don't know,
Yeah,
60 feet
what we're
there?
proposing primarily matches the existing configuration with the aprons in it. However, if there's a desire to create some tree lawn, we can definitely have that discussion, work with the landscape architect on incorporating that.
Sure. and-
Yeah, and if that's the desire, I'd like you to bring that back up when we talk about site plan.
Okay. You had curbs and design standard. Okay.
No, it's definitely worth talking about, but
Okay.
I would,
I'm trying
I'm
to play
just,
by the rules and you're
I'm
making it
very
hard
glad
on
that
me.
you're playing by the rules, but I'd like you to also bring that up during the site plan.
Done. Some other things that we talked about was, no loading on the street and stuff like that. I think it's important to add signage that states that, and I didn't see that in the plan unless I'm missing it somewhere. On the rear of the property, is the intent to have the curb above the new parking in the rear? Would that be an elevated curb? And I just ask, because your detail there is,
Except for at the ADA access, that'll be a full
and then
depth
you'd have a
curb.
ramp.
Correct.
Okay, so just one thing that ties into that was in the engineering comments, they brought up curb stops. And I think you had said like, we'll assess it and review it and get back to us. What do we need to assess there?
Typically, for example, we can't put a curb stop within an ADA route, so we want to ensure that there's no issues with ADA. Typically, those are put in to keep cars from going through flush curb areas, crash into buildings, hit things. In the case of ADA signage, which is where we have the ramp, we're installing those in bollards at the backside of the curb to ensure that they can't progress into the patio or seating areas. So those are some things that we'll just analyze and work with staff or the village engineer on exactly where those need to go.
Okay. Your detail showed the handicap spots being 8 foot wide, but the note said 9 from the engineer. Are you showing 9 here?
8 meets ADA requirements, state law. We will be striping these at 9 feet wide, and we'll make them 19 feet deep in conformance with code.
And everything fits then? I'm trying.
Hey, yeah, it seems like are you also having a hard time hearing the speaker? Okay, so it seems like we're having some tech issues where the audience is having a hard time hearing both the board members and the speaker.
I can speak louder.
That would
Or
be super.
Maybe this helps, a little closer? Okay. You got it.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry, to answer the question about the depth, there's a 35-foot wide drive aisle there now, so there's no issue with extending the striping, and that fits with no problem.
Sure, okay. You're showing construction fence encompassing the sidewalk. I think the concern would be that you're potentially for an extended period of time creating an impasse for pedestrian traffic through, pretty major intersection within the village. Is there a way around that, or that we could phase this so that we could allow for pedestrian traffic through the site during construction without forcing people on the road?
That will be part of our permit application package that we work through with state DOT, and we'll obviously lean on staff for time frame of when that can happen. I would anticipate that it'll need to be closed when the utility crossings are being put in, but we can definitely work with the contractor to minimize that downtime or pedestrian rerouting.
Sure. And so, Jill, is that something that you would recommend we leave in the hands of code enforcement or make a condition regarding that?
That's typically, when we're issuing permits, we're looking to ensure that, as you mentioned, pedestrian accessibility exists as long as possible, or it's impacted minimally. So that would be something that we would have discussions with the applicant and the contractors, engineers, et cetera, to ensure that.
Okay. And kind of in that same breath, I was thinking of Canal Days, and I would think that it would be prudent to either finish your work by Canal Days or begin your work after Canal Days. I think that's something, too, that we should consider as a condition, since that is a street festival and be tough without the street.
Yeah, and keep in mind that when we do get a permit, obviously, our department is cognizant of all activities that are happening in the village. And so the intent is to minimize disruption to those usual activities. So if it's a matter of, they submit and they'd like to do work the day before Canal Days, we would suggest that it be delayed. So that's something that we take seriously.
And I do anticipate the contractors is going to want to be in the road and out of the road as soon as possible. Maintenance, protection of traffic's expensive for them to maintain. It's a busy area, issues with safety. And so I do not anticipate a long period of time where that would be impacted.
Sure, yeah, my concern is more of, if you used a temporary something in lieu of paving it when you have pedestrian traffic over that area, that would be much more preferred.
Hey, Joe, will you just endeavor to talk right into the mic? I'm seeing eyes from everybody that they may not be able to hear, and I want to make sure the people in the room and online can hear. Both, and you, sir, if you could as well, just bring your face right.
Okay. Can you talk about the dedicated, or I guess reserved parking spots in the rear? And, it seemed like from the notes here, they're all reserved for one tenant. Is that, I don't want to get back into the easements here because I think we've kind of resolved that, but can you just expand on what's going on there?
Yes, I can. They are reserved for normal business hours for the tenant in the south building. Not the handicap, so when we say reserved, I want to clarify. So the 9 parking spaces that are not designated for ADA are reserved during business hours for the south tenant. That is correct. The handicap or ADA accessible spaces would not be reserved. Those are just regulated as typical with the tags.
Okay. And then, just not to beat this to death, but if there's an easement or something, would that then be part of the easement that those spots would have to be maintained as reserved for the other property upon a disposition of one or the other parcel?
Yes, and that, I believe, would also be in the lease agreement that the landlord or owner would, that would carry with a sale of a property as well. But that definitely
Well,
would be
there's-
part of the reciprocal easement agreement that would be filed.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead, go.
No,
Do you wanna
just,
walk-
Joe,
oh,
just,
go ahead.
spirit of thought. I assume those are mobile orders, right? Just people popping in, like it's reserved up at the one in, the one in Parrington Square Mall. Is that going to be full-time? It seems crazy to hold, I get it, in the morning, you need somebody quick coming in and out, but after 5, wouldn't it make more sense to open that up to the
Yeah,
both tenants?
They would be reserved in.
Is that a full-time thing, or is it just
reserved
just
during
morning
business
hours?
During
During
business
business
hours for the tenant in the south building. So
What
after
are
that, it
business
would be
hours? I know
open.
we're getting into the other.
We do have that in what we submitted. I believe it's 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. I apologize. I don't have
perfect.
that up with me. But I'll find it before we finish.
So I just want to point out that the standards for the subdivision are on the staff report. And if you could keep those questions focused on those standards within the
It's kind of
subdivision.
hard. They're all.
I understand. We will then move on to the next portion.
I just have 2 clarifying questions. So the entire parcel that's being subdivided is a designated historic parcel, is that right? Okay. And I just want to confirm, there's no obligation that the Historic Preservation Commission weigh in on the subdivision or splitting in 2 of a parcel that's been designated?
There is not.
Is there other precedent in the village for dividing historically designated parcels?
It's my understanding prior to my time that they were divided on Holbert. And if you look at the subdivision code and the preservation code, it does not require input or approval for subdivision. However, I do want to note that regardless of a parcel being divided, the preservation, the landmark designation remains on both of those parcels. So moving forward, any action, any proposal on either one of those parcels does require a certificate of appropriateness.
Okay, thanks, that's helpful. The other question I have, which may be foolish, is as I read what we're supposed to consider as we're doing subdivision, I don't see anything in there that says part of our consideration is what the anticipated use of the structure is going to be. Am I missing something?
That's correct. So as far as subdivision goes, what you're focusing on is the division of land and things that go along with the division of land. So utilities, access, et cetera. So again, those standards are found on the staff report. As far as use goes, you're not considering that at this point, and also further within the hearing, you will not be considering use. So the uses that are proposed, both being restaurants, are permitted as of right, which means that there's no special process to approve those. So does that help?
Yes, I always think just stating clearly what the scope is helpful, so that was my goal.
Okay.
I just had a couple questions. First one, regarding grease trap service. I see there's two grease traps on the property. And I was just wondering how they're gonna be serviced, if they're gonna, if there's gonna be a truck standing on Main Street, kind of, what kind of plan is for these grease traps to be emptied?
Yeah, they will require a truck to empty them. They will not be allowed to stop at that area of Main Street there, so they'll be serviced with hoses. Typically, they have basically a vacuum truck with a hose that would extend to the grease trap to empty those.
Got
So
it.
that would
From like the
happen
back of the property?
Rear parking, yeah.
Okay. And then, is this the time we can talk about grading a little bit? Or that's more of the
That's more site plan.
Okay.
Yep.
The sidewalk that runs from the front of the property towards the back between the two buildings, is that, I'm thinking wintertime, is there gonna be an agreement to remove snow and kind of where that snow is going to go on the property, if there's a plan for that?
Yeah, that will definitely be part of the agreement for snow removal, both for the parking spaces at the rear as well as the sidewalk areas. We would not anticipate that the patios would be utilized much, if at all, in the wintertime. So snow from the sidewalk would just be moved to the side with emergency egress paths maintained as well, obviously. Relative to the rear parking lot, I'm not sure what the snow removal pattern is back there with the existing conditions, but that would also be required to be plowed, and in large events, if not able to be stored on site, that it would have to be trucked off because there's not a lot of space for large piles of snow within the properties themselves.
Okay. And one last question, I want to second Joe's comment regarding some green median on that sidewalk, since there's work already being done there and a sidewalk removed. It would be great to actually see some street trees. And I believe the village is upgrading Main Street at some point, but it would, since it's already going to be ripped out, it would be great to get that work done at that time, to put some trees every so often along the way, along with a green kind of divider median between the curb and the sidewalk.
Yeah, no problem. We can definitely incorporate that in the final plans.
Great, thank you. That was all I have.
Just want to jump in real quick here, just since we brought up street trees and that's in the subdivision piece. Is this portion of Main Street under village control, or is this the portion that is completely controlled by the state?
It's my understanding that this is the portion that's completely controlled by the state. And I want to note, too, that the portion of the subdivision code, so the subdivision code, when it was written, was really for the creation of a new subdivision. So we're talking green space that becomes homes. So when we talk about street trees, that portion of the code is really intended to address places such as Park Circle Drive or Manor Hill.
It's residentially aimed.
Yes,
Yeah.
yep.
So one thing, since this came up, and I didn't want to forget, I wanted to make sure that it didn't get lost. If you're willing to look at street trees in that landscape area, I think that's a good idea, but you definitely are going to have to coordinate with the state, which I'm
Pending-
sure you know.
Pending state approval.
Exactly, and
Yes.
they view trees as fixed deadly objects, so it's it's good. It might not be as easy
Yeah, and-
to navigate, but I definitely encourage
And
you
a little bit
to look
later,
at
we'll
it.
be talking about the site plan specifically with the landscaping that we're proposing, and I think you'll see, and Ryan will explain it, how we're making an effort to incorporate that within the courtyards and the project itself. So, but we definitely would be open to it if we can get it approved by the state.
Okay, any other comments? Do we allow for public comment right now?
Yep. So I'd ask anyone in support of the application, you can speak. And again, this portion of the hearing is focused on subdivision. Is there anyone in opposition to the subdivision application? If you could state your name for the record.
I'm Jean Whitney. I live at 38 Dewey Avenue in Fairport. If I get to the wrong case, tell me to stop. Okay? I've written a letter to you that you've received earlier with some thoughts that I've had about this subdivision. And tonight I have a few more thoughts, specifically relating to the issue of the company Starbucks. Zoning allows a coffee shop on this proposed site. I am asking you to deny the request to subdivide the Bank of America property. I am asking Mr. Ingracia to withdraw his applications for Starbucks in Fairport. Since the August 7th Planning Board meeting, the DNC printed an article on August 27th. Coffee shops promise to diversify but are falling short. It specifically mentioned Starbucks needing to diversify. There were specific numbers and goals which are a long way from being met. I do not want a company in Fairport which is having diversity issues. I do not want a big box chain company with endless money in Fairport to compete with our local merchants. Fairport has always been proud of its small businesses. Tops moved because it couldn't make enough money. Skips and the Redbird Market are doing very well. There is one Starbucks 2.2 miles to the north in the Target building. A second Starbucks 1.9 miles to the south in the former post office. Enough. Starbucks did not survive in Pittsford in an independent building. It had to move into the Pittsford Library to get enough business to survive. Leave the small villages alone. Allow our coffee shops, Clementine, Fairport, Coffee Roasters, Junctions 361, Royal Cafe, and even Durf's and Ricky's to serve coffee and have creative approaches to compete with one another. What is to prevent this building, and I think it's a little ugly, I know you've worked on it, Chuck, but what is to prevent this building from becoming vacant? I watched you all on the planning board in action a few weeks ago. You asked good questions about two proposals before you. You were not afraid to send applicants back to the drawing board. Please do not accept this proposal that includes a Starbucks. Let us have a nice restaurant with some open space around it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is anyone else here would like to speak in opposition to the subdivision application? The applicant has a chance to respond. Okay. The applicant has chosen not to respond. Are
there any other questions from the board? In that case, if I can have a motion to approve the subdivision of 58 South Main Street?
If I
Yeah.
could just close the public hearing before you have any
Oh, go ahead.
discussion. So close the public hearing. And that being said, if the planning board would like to take action, again, I recommend on the following conditions: receipt of all applicable government approvals, all comments from the village engineer are addressed, the waiver of a front setback during the site plan review process, approval of an access agreement by the village board, and storm sewer access and maintenance agreement and a hold harmless agreement between the property owner and the village.
Does the board want to discuss?
Okay.
Well, let's make a motion.
Well,
before
no, let me just
discussion,
ask a
right?
question. Is it inherently conditioned on the approval of, is the subdivision inherently conditioned on the approval of site plan, or do we have to include that as a condition
You
in
have
this?
to include it as a condition.
So I think we should add that.
Which is, that was the first one that I
That's the
mentioned.
government
Yep,
approvals?
receipt of all applicable government approvals.
Oh, okay.
Hold
And
on.
we can, if you want to add, including without limitation, site plan approval from the planning board and a certificate of appropriateness from the Historic Preservation Commission, that'll make it absolutely
Okay.
clear.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So what we're saying is the condition would be that we would be subdividing the property, but only so long as we're going to approve the site plan for the two subject tenants that are in front of us, correct?
For the,
So
not
it-
for the tenants, for
Yeah,
the uses.
for the uses.
And
So
structures.
if we were to deny those uses, the subdivision doesn't happen.
Correct.
Okay. And if in the future someone wanted to subdivide with a different use, they'd be back in front of us about that.
No. The subdivision is not, well, yes, if you conditioned it on, correct.
Yes.
Yes. But in that case, if somebody had a new proposal, we'd go through the entire process again.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with going through the whole process again. I think this is the application in front of us. This is the current use. We should only deal with what is currently in front of us. So I'm fine with,
Well, again,
wanna speak
not
over you.
uses.
No, I'm saying conditioning the granting of the
approvals.
subdivision on the approvals for this application.
Okay.
Okay, so if I can make the motion to approve the subdivision of 58 South Main Street into two parcels with the following conditions. To receive of all applicable government approvals, including site plan approval from the planning board and certificate of appropriateness from the historical commission. The waiver of the front setback requirement, the approval of the access easement by the village board, the storm sewer access and maintenance easement, and a hold harmless agreement between the owner and the village, and that all comments from the village engineer are addressed. Did I get all of that? Is that it? Is that it? All right. Can I have a motion?
I move.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Did you vote, Heather?
Aye.
Okay.
Gotta get it on the record.
Thank you.
So at this point, I'm going to announce cases 2 through 5. So you're going to hear a lot of me talking. And again, the applicant is going to present on all of the following cases. You will then have an opportunity, after the planning board has asked questions, to speak in support and opposition of the project. So case number 2 is site plan review. That's the planning board, again, 58 South Main Street. The request is to construct an addition at the rear of the existing structure on Lot 1, to make changes to the exterior of the existing structure, including removal of the attached drive-through from the existing structure, to create an outdoor seating area, and to construct a 2,500 square foot building to be used as a restaurant on Lot 2, including an outdoor seating area. Case 3 is signed site plan review. This is the planning board. The request is to review and approve signage for uses located on Lot 1 and Lot 2. Case number 4 is a certificate of appropriateness, and this is the Historic Preservation Commission. The request is to construct an addition at the rear of the existing structure on Lot 1, to make changes to the exterior of the existing structure, including removal of the attached drive-through from the existing structure, to create an outdoor seating area, and to construct a 2,500 square foot building to be used as a restaurant on Lot 2, including an outdoor seating area. Case 5 is a certificate of appropriateness, and this is again the Historic Preservation Commission. This request is to review and approve signage for uses located on Lot 1 and Lot 2.
Jill, can I just ask a question about the cases?
Sure.
Am I right in understanding that the site plans are bundled? So we could not approve site plan for structure 2 and approve it for structure 1, or vice versa? Site plan is bundled for the 2 structures?
You could take action to just approve a portion of it and deny a portion of it, if that's the route that you chose to take. And again, from the site plan review and certificate of appropriateness for the buildings and the site, this does not include the uses. So again, those are permitted as of right.
And can I just clarify one thing? When we talk about the uses being permitted as a matter of right, is it right that the code wouldn't authorize us to reject a site plan on a permitted use because of who the prospective tenant is?
That is correct. So when we look at uses, if you look in our code, we say restaurant, we say single-family home, we say multifamily home. So we don't call out things specifically. In the code, they don't say Target, Walmart, Starbucks, et cetera. And so we're looking at the use and not who that operator is.
So along those lines, is there anything in the code that prohibits or restricts a chain store, big box store, store with more than one location to come in?
There is not. Again, uses are restaurant, single-family home. We don't have any sort of regulations that only allow for non-chain.
And along that same line, is there anything in the code that allows us to deny an approved use because we feel there are plenty of those approved uses elsewhere throughout the village?
There is not.
Thank you.
And then my last point of clarification would be, the things that we do as this planning board are based right on the code. That's the sole source of our authority to act is under the village code.
Correct. So as I mentioned in the opening statement, when the Historic Preservation Commission and the Planning Board are evaluating the project, the standards that they're using come directly out of code. So when we go through this, I encourage you to look at the cover page of the staff report for those standards. You'll also find the standards in the memos that are provided. So if the applicant would like to begin the presentation, and again, this presentation is going to be on everything but subdivision.
Good evening, Matt Tomlinson with Marathon Engineering again. I know we covered several site items just a few minutes ago, so I'm going to keep my portion short so that the project architects can talk through the buildings as well as the landscape architect with the landscape and design of the patio areas. So as mentioned, this is the site plan portion of what we're proposing at 58 South Main Street. We have the existing Bank of America building on the north parcel and a proposed,
The audience can't hear.
and a proposed 2,500 square foot building on the south parcel. The project itself is relatively contained on the parcels that we are showing. New utilities will be extended to the south building for separate utilities like discussed during the subdivision. 11 parking spaces at the rear, and I'll come back to parking shortly when we start talking about some waivers for the project. We are in compliance with green space requirements with all setbacks other than the front setback, which again, I'll come back to. And generally, the project is in full conformance with the zoning. There are two items that I wanted to touch on specific to the site plan when it comes to planning board waivers or waivers from the zoning requirements. One of those is parking. We only have space for 11 parking spaces on the site. And there is a provision in the code that when a project in the village of Fairport is within 500 feet of a municipal lot, the planning board can provide a waiver to the project for those uses or for less parking than is required by code. So that is one that we are requesting from the board. The other waiver specific to site plan that we are requesting is the front setback. And the front setback for the existing building is not changing. That's a little bit over 6 feet to the right-of-way. The proposed building, in our project stats, we note that as 16 feet. That 16 feet is actually measured to the front of the canopy on the building. It's actually 20 feet to the face of the building. And that may be something that we have to clarify relative to the code prior to final signatures on the plan. But the reason for that is several, and the architect's going to talk through that a little bit. But the waiver that the planning board is authorized to give when we deviate from the 0 feet within the existing code is for semi-public or outdoor seating areas. And so the front and between the buildings here is designed for outdoor seating, activating the streetscape, and again, we'll talk through that a little bit more, but that's why we're requesting the waiver from the board instead of pushing the building all the way to the front. One of the other considerations is, as mentioned, the building to the north being the Bank of America building is a historic building. And so in the streetscape, as you proceed from south to north, for properties to the south being the credit union, we're in line with that building, so we're kind of maintaining that streetscape through that area. It also provides good visibility to the corner of the historic building for pedestrians and vehicles as they approach the site from the south where, and we went through several design iterations in coming up with this proposal. We looked at potentially combining the buildings and just doing an addition on it. We looked at pushing the building all the way to the front, and that kind of obstructed the view from the street or from the public right-of-way. So we put a lot of thought into the request for the waiver from this board for the physical location of the building as we're showing it and presenting it today. Relative to access, the patios, the other infrastructure and improvements, I want to turn it over to David Hanlon with Hanlon Architects to talk through the building architecture as well as the outside spaces.
Good evening, David Hanlon, representing Anjan Gracia as the applicant. So some of the things I can speak to, I know would relate to historic preservation. Let me just do this. Is that better? So it's on. Is that better? Like that? Okay. So I know some issues I can speak to would speak more to historic preservation than the planning board. Should I speak to them both as I run down through these comments? Okay. So I'll just go through things that may carry over from one board to the other. And sorry if I go in and out. So as Matt was saying, siting the building came first. We placed the building not at the 0 lot line, which is required, but back farther to allow us to have a good relationship to the building to the south and have good visibility to that building, and also the bank building. That did allow, as he says, bringing seating area between the two buildings, but also for that to wrap around in front, so that becomes part of the streetscape. So there's a lot of things in here. I know the guidelines for historic preservation, have those are pretty well laid out, and in planning as well. Some of these will skip back and forth, but hopefully you'll see that we're addressing each one, and we can come back with questions for any individual concerns that you have on things that I may not have mentioned. So we've talked about front setback. The bank building facade, starting with that one, as that's part of this application as well. The canopy is being removed, the drive-through that's there today. The teller windows are being removed and replaced with an operable window. So that'll foster dining service, opportunity for patrons to sit at a window. That's taking place of the teller window that's there today. And there's an addition to the west. It's a one-story addition, and that's to house kitchen equipment, supports elements, and that is happening so that as much as the interior of the bank can remain open for seating as possible. We've done that with a brick that's similar, but a little darker than the brick that's there today, so that there's a distinction between the existing bank and the addition. Naturally, since it's a support area, it's hard to punch windows in, but we've done that along the south facade to carry that sort of rhythm of windows along that. And as you turn the corner facing west, we have some panels there to replicate that rhythm. We've brought a parapet up to hide, to screen all the mechanical equipment that's on top of that addition. So I think, this is a sensitive little addition to the bank that helps to support the functions within. And then that allows the creation of the courtyard between the two buildings. And I won't get into that. I'll let Ryan, who's our landscape architect, speak to that part of the project. So Jamie, if you could put those two renderings back up. So the bank building facade, I'm sorry, I'll call it the coffee shop to the south. There are a number of guidelines that we've responded to. A minimum height of 24 feet, which we've got. The 1-to-1 ratio that the code requires or asks for, we're slightly under that. We're 0.75 to 1. But actually, we're fairly close to the ratios that exist in the bank building and the building to the south. And I think the two-story element also that is requested, we have a scale, I think, that represents a two-story building. As you can see, the building to the left is a two-story Italianate, nicely proportioned home. We've built up the building to match the cornice height to the left, and introduced this larger window element that helps draw your eye to the entry. It creates a larger dramatic element that relates to the bank building to the north. And then through the introduction of the other canopy that wraps around part of the seating area. Between the window, the cornice, the canopy, we've got a good balance, I think, of horizontal and vertical composition elements. The window, the large window there, and the window to the left, and also as it wraps around towards the courtyard. That corner window is fully transparent, so it's kind of hard to see from back here, but you'll be able to see through that. It'll feel like more of an active space, both as an entry element, but also as transparency from the street to the courtyard. The requirement for 60% transparency, at the first floor area, we meet that as far as the first floor, section of the facade is concerned. It's fully transparent. Other elements that they talk about in the design guidelines, base, middle crown. It's the building, I feel, has a good, with the brick piers and the seating element, the facade itself, and then the intermediate canopy and the horizontal cornice at the top creates that rhythm, I think, that the code is looking for as you look at the building's composition. We're using, I think a nice color brick. We didn't want to use anything that was too close to the bank building. There are a number of other brick buildings along the street And so what we're picking is a very traditional color. We do have some darker accents that can be introduced into the recessed vertical column elements. So there'll be a blend of color on it, together with the wood soffits that's under the canopy and the metal trim that we've got, both around the window and at the cornice. There's a good mixture of natural and traditional materials. So I think that summarizes, I think what I wanted to present real quickly. Happy to answer questions as we go through. But I think what would be important is if Ryan could speak to the courtyard design between the two buildings, which has received a fair level of development and thought in bringing this to you guys.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Ryan Kelly, RPKLA, on behalf of Anjan Gracia, the applicant. So we're the project landscape architect, and really our design challenge was to not only dovetail two businesses, but also bring in the historic character of the village itself. And I think really we accomplished that through adequate landscape buffering. You can see on the entire street frontage, our colleagues, Halen Architects, did a great job with representation in the renderings. But we have ornamental landscape and really bringing both buildings together. As you move into the courtyard, we really tried to create more of a portal or gateway, not only from the South Main Street side, but also the parking side as well. We're very strategic in our tree replacement locations. You'll have seasonal interest, 4 seasons. And then as you get into the courtyard, our seating areas are designed to really have the architecture spill out into the courtyard. As David had mentioned, we used strong materials with limestone, reclaimed materials. And then we really tried to emulate the picture frame of the bank building. Past that, our signage is mixed into the landscape as well, and we'll speak to that more intelligently later. Through the center of the courtyard, we also have a central spine. We've really tried to differentiate that with a scoring pattern, but also blend back into the public walkways. And we can go through material questions as necessary later. Thank you.
I think we can also present the signage during this time, if anyone wants to. Is that a separate case? I think we are presenting everything right now.
Correct. So everything is being presented right now, including
Signage as well.
signage.
Yeah.
If if you'd like to have the boards ask you questions about that design portion now, I think that's okay.
I would volunteer that I think it might be easier if we start with just questions topically. So like maybe start with design, get some feedback, go forward. But I am open to everyone else's idea.
Let's do that. So I think that'll divide this a little bit easier for everybody. So Planning Board and Historic Preservation, this is your opportunity to ask questions of the representatives for the project.
I'm happy to just start with one, although I'm not sure who's the correct person to answer this, but there was a workshop, right, that you all participated in with the Historic Preservation Commission and members of the Planning Board. My recollection is that pretty significant changes were made to the initial renderings from what we see here. I was just wondering if you could highlight some of the changes that you made that were based on substantive feedback that you received from those boards.
Yeah, thank you. That was a point I forgot to mention. We have met, as a workshop fashion with members of historic and planning. I'm not sure everybody was there, but we had a good representation, it seemed like. And at that time, the building, I'm not sure where the position was, but it wasn't aligned as you see today. We pushed the building itself back to align with the house. The brick piers look like they aligned. We we lined them to be in face with the bank building itself. So we have a blend of relationship to both south and north that came out of that workshop. The height of the building too, we raised it, I think it was more in the 20-foot range. We raised it up to 24'9", extended the cornice, just reacted to some comments that we heard from different members that were present at that time. Those are the few that I can remember offhand.
So in regards to the,
I was just going to say also, I think there were some changes made to the addition to and on the bank building too.
You're right. Yep, we articulated a lot of elements on that building, you know, as far as the roof screening, the panels on the back, the windows on the south elevation. Those were all things that came out of that workshop that helped to improve, you know, the overall design. And then also talking about the pedestrian walkway, how that was strengthened, making that more of a defined element between the two courtyards so that you're not, you know, you're not hesitant to walk in that courtyard. That is a public way. Well, not sure it's public, but it's an easement that's allowed to be used. So the public will be using that without feeling like they're going through either courtyard territory. What else did I forget?
so just regarding the height of the building,
Yeah.
I know it's not 2 stories as shown, but would you be open or have you considered designing the building so that structurally in the future it could be retrofit or rehab to sustain multiple stories, 2 stories specifically?
Yeah. So 2-story could occur later on. The difficulty is in spending all your money on something that has a 5% chance of happening. I think if somebody wanted to come back and repurpose it as a 2-story building, there's enough of a clarity on the perimeter shell that you could drop in whatever columns are needed to bolster the perimeter frame that's there. The other challenge would be adding stairs and elevators in that footprint to serve a second floor. But it's not out of the realm of possibility that could happen.
Okay, good. Yeah, and just to clarify, I wasn't suggesting, you know, planning for elevators or stairs in how you're designing now,
Yep.
but just structurally and mostly the perimeter, making sure that should it be redeveloped in the future as 2-story, it could be.
It could be, yep. I mean, it's an endeavor, but it could happen.
Yeah, and I think just to speak to the property that's right next to it that has 2 stories and, you know, the fact that we're certainly a village that's striving for more density in certain places to cover up some of the tracks of urban renewal in the past. I think that it would be nice to be able to have this maybe eventually be 2 stories
Yep.
at some point.
Yes, it is possible.
As Kara mentioned, you definitely listened to some of our comments from the workshop. I'm especially pleased that the building is set back more and does not block the historic buildings. So that was a huge, very dramatic change that I really appreciate. Also, the fencing was a cement wall before, which concerned me, and you've rectified that.
That's
with
true.
the
We had a
pillars and
different
the
design
fence.
for the courtyard wall.
It makes a huge
It was more
difference.
contemporary looking, and we changed this to be more of a traditional brick
Yep.
and wrought iron railing
Right.
at the
It's-
streetscape.
It's more open and more friendly. It's
Yep.
well done. I want to go, I guess we could talk about I want to go back to some of the details. I know that we talked about some of the pattern. I'm talking about the older building now, the bank. We talked about some of the pattern on the side of that building. There is an element above the windows that looks like a square, and it's 2 courses, soldier courses, and a row up on each side of a regular, what do you call it? Stretcher positioned course. And then within that pattern that forms a square, the brick is recessed. And I know that you put on the new build and the new addition, I know that you added a soldier course and some recessed brick, but I think what you've accomplished is to create another element that isn't on the older building, rather than trying to mimic the older building pattern. And I'd like you to try to consider changing that.
Yeah, I think, you know, we're open to that for sure. I know we talked about two schools of thought of, how similar do we make it, or how much do you make it that it's intentionally a little different?
Right.
I'm not opposed to that thought. I think the other is the recess itself was supposed to get a darker color in that, and that would help highlight that recess. And that's something we plan on doing.
Okay. But it's basically, there's a square pattern above all the windows.
Yeah, like a square
I'd like-
transom of brick
Yeah,
above
I'd
it.
like to
right.
see that, as long as you're recessing it, that's
Yep.
complicated and more expensive to add another soldier course above the window, and then the verticals on each side.
Mhm.
And then I assume that once you figured, can do that, you could reflect that same pattern on the back. And and I did ask, sort of at the last minute, unfortunately, I wondered what the north side of the addition was going to look like. And it's not real critical once you get the patterns of brick on the other
Yeah.
two walls.
No, I apologize. We don't have a elevation of that right now tonight, but that would receive the same treatment on the north side that the west side has received. So
Okay.
if I can talk through this, on the south side, there are two openings. There's a window and the door, correct? And so on the north side, we would repeat that, have two
Two openings.
recessed panels on that side as well.
Okay. Again, I would like to see some, just fine tuning of the brick treatment, and I'm very happy with what you've done. And again, the other thing, I'm going back to the newer build. The only thing that, again, I'm very pleased that to me, it looks like a two-story building, and I know it's not literally, but because you've raised it to balance with the other historic building, I really appreciate the way the front looks, and you've added verticals in the brick pattern. It's just a suggestion, and I don't know if it's really necessary, but the window in the front on the south side, it's a nice big window, and I wondered if on the south side, literally the one that would face the credit union, if that window pattern could be repeated. Do you know what I'm saying? You do understand?
Well,
Mike?
so you're saying that, the south facade of the building.
I wondered if we could add a window to the south of the building on
The-
that front corner.
We could add an element, I'm not sure it could be a transparent window, because,
I
in the
know-
inside, the seating area all faces the courtyard. And so that pushes all, what they call the machine on the left side,
Right.
all the counters, the refrigerators.
Right.
But we can introduce an element that replicates a window,
Okay.
that turns the corner.
I was just hoping for more openness on that corner, that's all.
Yeah, that's
Well,
the tough one. I think
I
we've.
understand. I saw
yeah.
from the interior that all the serving areas basically is there.
Right.
Yeah, I do want to point out that everybody does have a copy of the floor plan for Starbucks as well as the cup room.
At some point, two things that I want to make sure at some point, I assume that you might be replacing the door in the front, and the very front door on Main Street.
On the bank building?
Yeah. And I would like to make sure that you review that with us if you are going to do that.
Yeah, and I'm not as familiar with the detail for that door.
I do have some historical pictures,
Okay.
and I don't think, if you decide for a new door, that it'll be an
Yeah, at this time,
issue.
I think there's no action taken on the door, but yeah, we'd
Right.
be
That's
grateful
something
for
we
anything
would
you
be
have.
sure, want you to come back to us for approval at
Okay.
that point if we do go forward with this.
Doris, did you want to talk further about what your expectation is for the appearance of that door so that the applicant has some details?
I have a couple historic pictures that we could just provide.
Okay, so you're seeking for it to be in keeping with the historic nature of the building?
And it's not, it won't be that difficult,
Okay,
That, the door doesn't go with the windows, and it doesn't go, right now, it doesn't go with what's there. And it's a 60s, 70s door.
Right.
It's not historical. But I do have some pictures for reference, so when you get to that.
Can we approve or make anything conditional based on that door?
You could. So you could approve on condition
Yeah.
that the door be replaced with a period-appropriate door or to match the historic door that was present on the building.
I'm just saying some sort of process in place, something that we have now to streamline moving forward in terms of how we get to look at that and that, things can keep happening.
Yeah, it can definitely be conditioned on something like that.
Just a quick question, since we're talking about the entrance to the restaurant. Is that going to be used as the main entry to the space? Because looking at the plan, it seems like, the hostess is further down and the main entry seems to be on the side. Am I reading the plan kind of correctly?
What I'd like to do at this time is actually ask, I'm not as familiar with the plan because we worked on the shell of the building. The operation within the building I'm not as familiar with, but I believe the main door is the main entry.
Yeah?
Sorry, could you come up to the microphone, please? And could you state your name?
Yes, I'm Jody Johnson. My husband and I are the owners of the Cub Room, and hopefully we'll be here. The plan is to use the main door. The thought, though, was also there's parking in the back, so there would be another entry in. So to be honest, the public is probably going to dictate where they're coming in, but we will use both. Am I right in what I'm saying? That's what we are thinking at the moment, yes.
I just didn't want the main entry to be kind of an abandoned.
Oh,
en-
absolutely not. I
entry
mean, I
in
think
there.
that's, the central piece is beautiful. I hope, but we know how the public can be if they're parking somewhere, what's the easiest way to enter? So, yes, that is going to be the main entrance. There will be an entry from the back parking lot also.
Thank you.
I have a few questions about the coffee shop. Going back to some of the earlier comments about maybe making this a two-story building, I believe at the workshop we had talked about that there's going to be a parapet to hide some of the mechanical equipment that was going to be on top of the roof. So what is the elevation of the roof?
The roof is closer to 18 feet. So it's 6 feet below, 6.5, almost 7 feet below the cornice. And it's, so that's the height of the parapet that'll screen that material.
So the top of the structure is really at the head of the window.
Well, and so what we've done in the corner to create this the higher, more dramatic window, we've popped up the roof frame right there on the corner. The rest of the roof around that corner is a few feet lower. So we're doing that to allow us to do these things that you see.
Okay. So because you're popping up the roof just at that northeast corner of the building, you will not see any structure because it'll be up above the window head.
Correct.
I noticed on your renderings, you mentioned spandrel glass above the door into the coffee shop. Is there a reason why everything is transparent, but that's opaque?
So that was a pretty strong requirement from the occupant that they have a, what's the term? Not vertical air unit? Air curtain. There's an air curtain there, both heat and cooling, when you open the door, just for the comfort.
Okay. And then during your presentation, you used terms like natural materials, rhythm, and I would agree that the brick and the cornice and the precast stone around the window does present very warm and natural aesthetic, but yeah, I struggle with the canopy, and part of the reason why I'm struggling is the northeast corner of the canopy, the column seems like it's in conflict with the brick pier below, that something's not quite jiving based on the renderings and elevations you have. And then I was wondering why we divert from a brick pier and just go to steel that's going right to the concrete sidewalk.
Well, I think the canopy didn't want to be such a strong, heavy element wrapping around the building. We wanted to keep the building shell itself more of a strong element, and the canopy more of a lighter element, since it's really just for, cover of seating area. So it's just to keep it a little bit of a lighter element than a strong, heavy brick element in front of what we want to feature. I don't know if that explains it well enough, but.
No, it does. It just seems like there's a little bit of a battle that's happening between these two elements, especially on the north elevation.
Well, I think, once you start to introduce brick too, it becomes fatter, and then you have more of something that is not as transparent. And as you can see from the rendering on the right, we want this to be kind of a wall-to-wall courtyard and not to create kind of this built environment that's separating it even more.
I'm just wondering also, because I always have to ask about windows. Originally in the east side of the coffee shop to the left, there was going to be a large sign for the coffee shop, or there was a space for it, it looked like.
Right.
At that time, it made sense. There was no window there. I don't know if it would be awkward, if it would be better, if there could be, what are the thoughts about having a window in that location?
Well, I think the other difficulty, there are two things. One is we have a high space on the right with the seating area and just the entry area. On the left is where the 18-foot roof comes down, and then there's mechanical below that. And so that's where we have a lot of our ductwork, other infrastructure that supports the taller open area on the right. And so it'd be difficult to be a transparent window. The other is, I kind of like the balance of that brick on the left and the big window on the right. So as a composition, I prefer it that way too.
This is so hard. Thank you.
I had a question or a comment, I guess maybe both, something that I've been thinking about. So the design overlay standards that are in the code talk about the idea of traditional village character. And I was curious from John and Jill if there's further explanation or definition of that term, either in the code or elsewhere, that we could look to understand what that's intended to mean.
I think when design overlay district refers to traditional village character, I think that you should look at the surrounding properties and consider the elements, the design elements that are important to those surrounding properties. Does that help?
It does. I guess something I was thinking about is, we are a village, in my opinion, that has sort of multiple distinct areas. There's a portion of the village that has a very industrial vibe, which to me is equally a part of the history of Fairport Village as other components. So I guess I was curious from the applicant if or at all that was part of your consideration, or where you drew inspiration from as you were thinking about the exterior design here.
Well, I think the scale of the bank to the right was the first clue for us. That's quite a scale to try to not compete with, but to sit next to. So we wanted to have something that had the same scale as that building. And so in that way, we've done the things we've done on the facade. We didn't want to, make it frilly, add too much detail that breaks down the scale so much that now it's trying to be this little gem. We felt we wanted to make it, use the traditional materials, use the proper scale, proportion, height as best we can, to sit as best it can between the bank and the Italianate to the left. And that's what we're shooting for. We didn't want to do something that was overly gentrified or, overly detailed beyond what it needed.
Thank you. I really appreciate what you have done with the front of the building. I feel like you took a lot of the comments into consideration. Just wanted to kind of address the back of these buildings. It is a little bit of a tricky site because the back of the buildings are really not backs. They are not facing an alley. They're actually facing the public market during the market days. So I feel like that's where the village gathers a lot. And the first thing that they will see of these two restaurants will be the back house facades. And I was hoping a little bit that those could be developed a little further. I'm not sure that, faux windows is the way to go, but I think there could be definitely more done to make it, and I know it's hard because it's at the back of the house and there needs to be, mechanicals, et cetera, but I think that there's an opportunity to make the back elevations stand out, just because that is going to be a fairly prominent elevation, especially, looking at the stores around it. Those are the front facades of all the stores. But these two buildings are kind of facing their backs to the plaza. So it would be nice to see it a little more developed.
Just to Yana's point, I was wondering if the landscape architect could talk about what, if any, landscape design is intended on the back of the building, as whether that would just be appropriate for considering as we're thinking about it.
Yep, so for both parcels, we have full foundation planting on the backs of the buildings, which are a mixture of ornamental, four-season aesthetics. And then again, we really tried to create that gateway as you enter the center courtyard. But really for the back of the bank, back of Starbucks, those are both fully planted and along the property line, obviously, as well.
I guess
Does that answer your question?
it does. Relatedly, I'm curious if there's any lighting that's affixed to the back of the building, if you're, in a potentially already dark parking lot. While I think adding landscaping is a great thing to do, I'm curious about what we're doing about lighting to kind of offset that.
Our Matt can speak to the parking lighting, but just from a landscape standpoint, we did have a full low voltage plan, which starts really at that parking entry into the courtyard, carries into both landscape beds, left and right, and then obviously down the courtyard. So
We're sort of talking like uplighting coming up out of those plants at the ground level?
both uplighting and path lighting as well. Yep. And then we have some building mounted low voltage as well as you get into the courtyard. And then obviously we have a mixture of architecture and civil lighting, parking versus architecture.
So,
Could I just suggest one thing, is that for our community that's here, you do have a beautifully designed landscape plan, and I don't know that anyone can see that. If people do have questions, about what's going to be happening around these two structures.
So, Kara, you took the words out of my mouth. I was going to note that there are a planting and lighting plan that's been provided to Historic Preservation and Planning Board.
So I wanted to speak to really the whole team a little bit about kind of site circulation for pedestrians and for motorists. And I know this is, some of this is going to breach into stuff that really is not necessarily applicable to your specific property on the site, but I think it's worth having the discussion to see what you guys had thought about in terms of site circulation. So my first concern, and I know we've talked about parking, and I think that you guys have done a pretty good job showing that the amount of parking that you have is pretty good. I mean, I think there's like 50 spaces behind, including the 11 that you're putting in, and that's before you even get to the north portion of the landing parking lot, which is great. And then I know there's also the Packett's Landing lot on the other side, so there's definitely ample parking. My concern with pedestrians and vehicle circulation from that north portion of the lot would be how they connect actually south to your site from that north portion of the Village Landing lot. I know that that's a municipal lot, and I know that there's a lot of coordination that would potentially be needed to be done with the village to improve that in any regard. But if people are going to be parking up in that north portion of the lot and then walking across, what sometimes can be a little bit of a runway there to get towards Parent Street, out on Parent Street. I wonder if that was something that you guys had thought about or if you had not really considered it, given the ample parking.
Yeah, Matt Tomlinson, Marathon, and I did neglect to mention when I was talking through the site plan that the owner has approached adjacent landowners, and we included a letter from one landowner that he was successful for some shared parking. 'Cause I know there's farmer's market was mentioned, some other for overflow. So he has been working diligently to make sure that there's enough parking here. Go ahead.
Is that the property to the north, 70 Main?
To the south, the Finger Lakes
To the south, yes,
Credit
it is.
Union.
Yep.
For
It-
off-time parking.
So that was going to be one of my questions. What is the agreement? Because from the inferences you get from reading your site plan is that traffic will be exiting or could potentially exit through their property. Is that something that they are consenting to? Is that something that's agreed to?
I'll come back to your question.
Oh,
I
sorry,
didn't forget
uh,
about
Sean.
it. No.
Honestly, that was my next question,
Okay.
was that site.
Yeah,
and
so
that portion.
access to the credit union's ATM needs to be maintained. I believe there's some current traffic flow that works through there between the two properties now. We are not impinging on that at all. The entry points to the credit union or the property to the south that's interconnected is all off of the municipal portion of the lot, not necessarily off of the development parcel. So that circulation pattern, traffic patterns that people have learned is just going to remain. We are definitely not pointing people in that direction, but if they go there because it's a habit, that will continue. Coming back to the north side, generally other than, at least from our observations in looking at the parking, other than Saturday mornings where that is occupied, we do not anticipate a need or a significant amount of pedestrians coming from up there, especially with some of the agreement with the property to the south. If there was a desire in the future for a dedicated pedestrian connection, of course, we could look at that and would be amenable to helping with that. But from a pedestrian standpoint, we've got sidewalk along the parking, sidewalk on the north side, sidewalk between the courtyards, and obviously improvements along the front. So generally, from a pedestrian standpoint, very accessible. Everything will be ADA compliant as well.
Yeah, and that's why I tried to, and hopefully I clarified. I know that on the site, I see a lot of pedestrian connectivity. I think my concern is just people coming from elsewhere to the site. We're a walkable village. We have a lot of pedestrian connectivity. Certainly, you don't anticipate that people would be needing the north portion of that municipal lot to park and then walk, but that could be, a future concern. And if it is, I just want to, make sure that we talk about the potential for pedestrian connectivity from that portion of the lot south to the site.
Yeah, and as
That's
you
all.
mentioned, our property ends essentially at the sidewalk bordering the north portion of the bank, so any improvements would be off-site or in conjunction with the village at that point.
Yes, I do want to mention that the property that you're speaking of is not part of the applicant's property. And so
Correct.
should changes be made to the municipal lot in the future, we would be looking at everything. So perhaps down the road, that might be something. But at this point, we can't condition anything on any physical improvements or changes occurring to the municipal lot.
Right, and that was, part of my goal was just to kind of have the discussion here, because I do think that it's important to look at this whole parking area in the future holistically for not only parking, but vehicle access, vehicle circulation, and pedestrian circulation kind of as a whole. Because while, we're obviously looking at only your property here, that definitely is interrelated to all of the other adjacent properties and the parking area as well. And one other thing, and I'm not going to hamper this too much. I know we got a couple of public comments about this, and I've certainly thought of it myself. The entrance in from Main Street and the vehicle movement to get to Starbucks is a little wonky because of that island that's there, that median that's there. I know, again, it's not something that is specific to your site, and it's probably not something that you looked at or gave too much consideration to, but in the future, should the village, whomever, look at this whole parking area as a whole, I think that needs to be something that's taken into consideration.
So, just in terms of parking, I think you guys have done a great job adding spots. It seems like, just looking at the current to proposed, there are 3 ADA spots. You're taking away one of them. Am I reading that right?
That is correct. We're only proposing 2.
Okay. I mean, with the proposed usage, and I'm sure this is in the packet somewhere, I'm just going to ask you because it's more convenient. What are the requirements for ADA based on the proposed uses of both, of 55? Or
Up to-
whatever the proposed use is?
Yeah, so it's basically a straight ratio. ADA spaces are required to be roughly 5%. If there's up to 25 parking spaces within a lot, that only requires 1 space. We have 11, we're proposing 2. Again, there are 3 existing, but 2 meets or exceeds the requirements.
Yeah, but that's with your 11. You're kind of counting on the entire lot behind you as parking that's going to be used in terms of the waiver.
Well, so keep in mind, when building code looks at the ADA compliance, it's looking at on-site parking spaces. So it's not considering parking that you may be utilizing on another site. It's focused strictly on that site. So as Mr. Tomlinson mentioned, that ratio is 1 per 25 parking spaces on site. So it complies with the building code requirement.
Sure, I think we're looking beyond the building code
Yeah.
requirement.
Because, we're being asked to waive the parking requirements in consideration of what's behind, but then not use ADA standards for those same requirements. There seems
So-
to be an inconsistency,
Yep.
especially when there's 3 spots there.
So I'll speak to that a little bit. The planning board cannot require an additional parking lot to then provide additional accessible spaces. So the accessible spaces that are currently on that parking lot are meeting code. So through this process, the planning board is unable to say, you need to create additional accessible spaces on a neighboring lot.
I think we're talking about creating the spaces on the lot.
On the lot. So you're asking for them
No,
to.
no, I'm asking the question. I'm
Okay.
not an expert in this, but it seems to be you're taking one away where it was previously determined that at least 3 were required.
Well, it wasn't determined that 3 were required,
Three
3
were
were
used,
provided.
provided,
Right.
yes.
And so at this point, their proposal, being 2, is still above the requirement.
I think when you
As a
look at it
technicality,
that
yes.
way, as a technicality, I think what we're saying is the applicant is required to have 55 parking spaces. We're going to provide them a waiver for 44 of those. If they were to have 55, they would have to have 3 ADA spots by
Correct.
code. You currently are proposing 2 and a waiver for 44 spots. So just, if you were counting people who were going to this building, saying how many handicap spots you would need 3.
Yeah.
But just because we're giving them a waiver, now they're saying we can only have 2, but we're kind of disadvantaging people with disabilities by granting that waiver and allowing them to only provide 2. That's the concern.
We did not look at the ADA spaces within the municipal lot, so I don't have an answer for you as to whether or not there are additional within the spaces that would be utilized as justification for the waiver. So potentially, we could work with the village of creating an ADA space within the village's lot by adding signage and striping as part of the waiver,
Yeah, I have a
if
question.
that resolved it.
And I'm certainly mindful and want to make sure that our buildings are accessible to everyone who wants to use them. Is that something that we've done with other parking waivers, where we've analyzed if the number of waived parking spots are consistent with the ADA ratios? Or have we focused solely on the ADA ratios in the context of what's physically on the property?
The focus is what is physically on the property. In the past, since I've been staff to the planning board, we have not also evaluated the accessible parking spaces.
I want to say we did at the can factory.
Yeah, and I don't have the historical context for that, but I do think if the applicant is suggesting an opportunity to collaborate with the village to make additional spots, I think that's Nice option.
I don't know if you have the space to add one more ADA spot. I would just ask that for consideration, especially considering the waiver that's being requested.
I think that's something that the planning board could recommend, that the applicant explore other opportunities to create accessible spaces.
There you go.
We would be amenable to that. No
Wonderful.
problem.
So other than that, I think the parking's fine. I think during the busy hours of the day, I drive through the village, that parking lot is barely used. So I think you're going to have no issue. The fact that there is a light where people come and go, to me, it's not a safety concern. There's another entrance off of West Street, is it? Perrin Street. So no issues with the waiver, just other than the ADA issue that was noted. There is, I mean, so somebody in the public did bring up before the close proximity of two other Starbucks. And to me, if you're adding a tenant, who cares? The building's there already. But creating a new structure where you're creating a new structure with a potential vacancy later, to me, then it becomes relevant of success, demand. What has the applicant done to ensure that there is demand for this location, this Starbucks, considering the proximity of one, two within 3 miles?
So I'll speak to a couple of things that I know, and if
Okay.
I don't give you enough information, we'll see if we can come up with some additional info for you. But this is a relatively unique location, being in the village, walkable, no drive-through, obviously, that is not, I'm not aware of another spot in the market for new build location that is similar to this currently. The intention really is to, when we first laid this out and started talking with staff, we did include a drive-through pickup window for orders, that kind of thing. And so this has really evolved. We do a lot of new build restaurant uses, especially lately. And this size of building is very leasable from another occupant perspective if this was not to be successful, meaning the dimensions, the restaurant equipment that'll be in there, the courtyard that's being spent, a lot of money spent to create that. So from that standpoint, I don't anticipate any issues. The tenants, Starbucks specifically, but also other fast food or quick serve restaurants, have their algorithms, the demands, the spacing, that they do an awful lot of homework before they go to lease or letter of intent on these things, and they are confident that this will be a great location as well.
Okay. I'll switch gears because I thought that was a good answer, and I think it is a great location. So I figure since it was raised before, it's only fair to ask and have you guys respond. The addition off the Bank of America, that's currently where, if I'm remembering it correctly, that's currently where the HVAC units
Condensers, yeah.
are, right? Where are you moving those?
My understanding is those will be on the roof of the addition.
The roof of the addition, is that going to be screened?
That has a parapet that'll screen, yes.
Okay. Are those details on the drawing? Did I just miss them?
There's a graphic that I think was up a little bit earlier. Maybe Jamie can show that. I'm going to turn it over if there's other questions to David for this.
Oh, okay. Is the same thing for?
Jamie, do you mind grabbing a microphone and speaking into maybe, thank you.
Put you on the spot. Is there a similar situation for the HVAC units condensers on the other building? Is it?
Yeah, so the roof line here and the parapet up here will
Okay.
cover any mechanical
Oh,
units.
awesome.
So you won't be able to see them from the ground.
I think I noted in the back of the southwest portion of the parking lot is, that's where you're gonna, it seems like you're taking 3 spaces for dumpster. Is that, for looking at that correctly, that's where both tenants are gonna use to garbage?
Yes, that's the intention. That will require an agreement, is my understanding, with the village in order for that to be accomplished.
Is that agreement in place, or?
We are currently in the process of negotiating a
Oh, got our
revocable
best
license
man on
agreement.
it. I like it.
Between
Wonderful.
council.
Okay.
But we are very close to completing that document.
Okay. I would assume that's gotta be a condition of approval, right?
Yes. And if I could elaborate further, it is contemplated within that revocable license agreement that while the current configuration would allow for that to be housed in the corner of the parking lot, behind the drive aisle for 70 Main in the rear, if it's ever terminated, it's contemplated to be moved into the parking spaces on site. So we have contemplated that there will be refuse being provided in some place, either on village property or their private property.
This is somewhat related, but I mean, that's the space the Boy Scouts use to sell Christmas trees. Is that where, is that through an agreement with the village? Just gonna be a shorter, or are they moving? Like, what's happening with that?
So the village will work with any organizations that have previously used spots and figure out a new location or something that fits their needs.
Okay.
Speaking of the dumpster enclosure, it looks like you have a concrete apron just in front of it.
There'll be concrete within the enclosure. The remainder is just going to be replaced asphalt and striped out to ensure no parking in front of
So
it.
is there any concern that this is gonna divot as you have basically garbage truck picking up these dumpsters? Typically, the weight causes wear and tear on the asphalt and creates low spots.
Yeah, we'll take a look at making it a concrete apron or go to a heavy-duty pavement section in there to ensure that that doesn't happen.
Can I just plug the need for appropriate lighting back there if restaurant staff is, traveling through the parking lot to dump anything into dumpsters in the evening?
Yeah, there are existing light poles throughout the municipal lot, and there's one about 15 feet north of that dumpster currently. That'll remain as well.
And if I could also add to that comment, the agreement as contemplated will ensure that if there is any damage to village property, that will be the property owner's responsibility to rectify. Good job.
So, do you have material details? So the brick looks great. I think the design team has done a wonderful job of really looking at the code. I wasn't in the early workshops, but it seems like you guys did a great job working with this board and historic planning to really accomplish the intent of the code in terms of the streetscapes, the front entrances. I think the design's awesome. The brick is great. It's consistent with the manufacturing nature of the village. Do you have materials that you are going to use? And I'm thinking materials specifically for the brick, light fixtures. Are those?
I apologize, we didn't bring the actual physical samples today. We can submit, along with other conditioned items, a material sheet that shows the specific brick manufacturer, window manufacturer.
Wasn't there a rendering that was in that room earlier that has that shows what the wrought iron would look like and what the brick detail is?
There are, there
So-
are details that
Awesome.
are provided.
As long as somebody from this board has seen it, we have made other applicants do it, so for consistency, I think
Yep.
it's only fair.
So if you look at the memorandum, there is some lighting that is part of it, and lighting tended to be covered with the signage. Lighting was also covered with the landscaping. If you notice, in the landscaping and lighting plan, the last page of the full-size drawings was specifically for the signage for the cub room. And so lighting is discussed in both of those, and then lighting elements were discussed again in the drawings for the Starbucks signage. And so all of those are found within the memo for signage in the signed site plan staff report.
Yeah, I think lighting fixtures you've described on your plans, Ryan. So,
I think in the past, what we've typically requested is a fixture specification and then the same as material specifications. So I just think it's hard, looking from a rendering, it's more of a qualitative concept
Yep.
when you're looking at, colors and, texture and things like that. So is that something that you could provide pretty readily?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I think that would be nice for something, whether it's board chairman or whatever, just to bless based on our comments here tonight. Do you have an east elevation for the bank?
the east elevation for the bank. Jamie, what? No. The front facade. We have what is shown on the renderings, we have that.
Okay.
But there's no work scheduled for the east facade.
Well, I believe the addition extends along the rear of the east facade, correct?
Are you saying the addition facing the parking lot?
I'm saying the addition on the rear of the bank would extend on 3 sides.
Correct.
Correct. And
But not
I'm-
the east side.
North side. I apologize.
Okay.
Forgive me. You did provide an east side, a north side.
No,
It's
and I
past
think-
7:30. I'm past my prime here. It's bedtime.
So we did talk about that earlier in the meeting. We don't have an elevation of that, but it would reflect the similar conditions that we've brought around the west. We would bring those conditions around to the north side of that addition.
So no fenestrations, straight
No,
brick.
there's walk-in coolers in there, dishwashing, but we would treat that side the same way we have treated the west facade facing the parking lot.
So you would have the recessed brick on that side?
Yes.
Okay. I think, just similar to my conversation about materials, it would be nice for somebody from the board to look and just say,
Yep.
yes, this is, exactly what you said you were going to do.
So, and that would be the opportunity, if both boards so desired, to condition on the approval of one side mirroring another and be specific as to what that side would look like.
Sure, yeah, and I think it wasn't mirroring, because you want it to look like the rear, not so you want it to look like the west, not the south, correct?
The intent is to have the same detailing that we've provided on the west. It will mirror the 2 openings that are on the south side. We will mirror that and have them on the north side. But to be clear, we will provide a document illustrating that.
Thank you, and I'll get a compass.
Just for on the signs quick, so the cover room sign, there's a sign on the, we're gonna know these elevations by the end of the meeting, I promise. On the south elevation, in the, yeah.
Do you want this?
If I can just ask a question, are there any more questions related to the design? Do we want to have the presentation for the signage now, and then we can go back and forth?
That's another presentation? I thought we were doing it all in one.
Yeah, well, we divided it up a little bit so it would be easier. Do you
Oh, okay.
want the applicant's representatives to discuss signage right now, and then we can go
If
back
we're
and
doing
forth
it later,
between
we'll do
those?
it later. I
Yeah,
know
can we, I would say if there's any additional design-specific questions, do people want to, I have one real quick when I'm parking.
Joe's got it. Are you kidding? Joe hasn't even started.
I have design questions also.
Joe's just getting warmed up.
So
I gotta walk somebody.
we haven't even begun over here.
So the location of the bike parking that you show on the layout plan, it's kind of off the actual vehicle parking lot in the back. I just want you to speak a little bit to that, the decision on that location. Was there consideration given to locating it closer to the front, maybe on the front, where bicyclists are going to be coming in from Main Street, right off of Main Street? I guess just a little bit of feedback on that decision to locate it there.
Sure, so location there, typically bikes, if they're following the rules, or bicyclists are within the pavement limits, bike lanes, that kind of thing. So would be following the traffic pattern to actually come in to that area through the rear parking lot. That may not always be the case, but it removed it from, it made it more central to the parking area where we would anticipate access most of the time. And then secondly, it kept it separate and distinct from the table areas or where chairs and tables will be set up, just to avoid people having to wheel through those areas, and it made it simple to access.
Thank you.
I just have a parking-related question, and then I know our friends on Historic Preservation have exciting questions as well. Just talk to me, and I'd like you just to have the opportunity to tell the public about what's going on with the parking lot and the farmer's market. How does that impact it? What is the plan?
Yeah, so the plan would be that it's our understanding that the parking lot will be operated as normal during the farmer's market, meaning no access for vehicles. Folks that want to come visit the establishments would be, during those hours, would be required to find other parking, whether in the agreements that have been enacted with the neighbors or other municipal lots in close proximity, and then walk to the establishments.
So if I could just put it simply, the lot, for all intents and purposes, for the Starbucks would be closed during the farmer's market so that the farmer's market can operate there, and patrons of that Starbucks would park somewhere else.
That's my understanding.
Okay. And I appreciate that. I don't think impacts the Cub Room because your brunch is on Sundays, right? Maybe, in the future, who knows, right?
One quick question. So currently what's there with the drive-through, there is a curb cut. That's a DOT, we talked about jurisdiction that they have there. When is that getting filled in? Because it's, if I'm looking at this correctly, it seems like you're contemplating the full sidewalk. When is the curb cut? Because that seems a little bit out of your control.
When the curb cut would actually be closed?
Yeah.
So our approval, assuming we're successful with the planning board, would permit our construction of the site within or outside of the right-of-way, if you will. So we would be required to obtain a permit from the state DOT relative to the closing of or removal of the driveways that serve those curb cuts. And the state DOT, I've never seen them allow a curb cut to remain when the driveway is removed. So that permit would sequence as part of our normal approval process.
Is that,
through the
so is that
project.
work that the applicant will do, or is that work that you're now gonna have to get on the DOT list and
No,
two,
the
three-
applicant would be responsible for performing the work,
Okay.
obtaining the permit and performing the
That's a
work.
part of the site plan, is filling in that curb cut.
Yes, that is correct.
Perfect. I don't think it's this case, but we should probably check. Do you have a contractor? It's not, no conflict? No conflict. Fantastic.
Can we talk about the buildings again, please? I apologize, I have a broken jaw, so I'm going to like stutter a little bit here. But Chuck Smith with the Historic Preservation. In comments I sent in about the addition to the Fairport National Bank building, I had suggested that the rear addition be stepped in slightly so that the walls are not flush, which is a accepted practice in historic preservation. And I understand that the brick is going to be a slight off-tone, which is a great idea. And I also understand that the back of the house needs its space. But when you're looking at the building, the finished brick wraps around the corner 4 inches, and then it tooths in at 8 inches. So if that, I would suggest that if the building were stepped in 4 inches on each side, it would make a much cleaner, professional connection, and it would tell the story of an addition and not just something that was pasted on. And I think that losing 8 inches in the back of the house could be absorbed in the floor plan. And so that was one suggestion I made in the workshop, but hadn't happened yet.
Chuck, how much would you consider the right amount to step it in? Is there is a
I
slight amount
I said
there?
4 inches because then you still have finished brick showing, because that's the finished brick is too thin, 4 inches. Because the Fairport National Bank building, they used finished brick on 3 sides, and then the back, this was before we had our beautiful marketplace in the back. They used a cheaper brick in the back. And so the too-thin pattern actually allows finished brick 4 inches in. So if we stepped it in 4 inches, we'd still have finished brick around the corner. So it makes a logical number.
So this isn't, I thought they had stepped it in, but this is not stepped in?
Not that
this-
I see, no.
We did step it in. I'm not sure if 4 inches is the exact number, but that's a great number we could use. The intent was to step it.
Why don't you go show us?
It's not stepped in the plan or in any of the elevations, so that's why I'm putting it on record.
Yep, no, I agree. If it's not shown that way, that is the intent, to step it.
Okay. And then the other workshop comment I made was in the Fairport National Bank building, it would be incredible to replace the 2 windows that were cut off for the drive-through window. However, I see that the drive-through window provides this nice open area to the bar, to the and actually to the terrace. So I'm going to withdraw that suggestion because it also actually shows the history of the building and what happened over time, and how the car at one time modified this building in a poor way, but now we're reusing that scar in a better way. So I think we'll leave it alone.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. To the new building, I think it's unfortunate that we've got a building that's being built specifically for a specific tenant. And I don't care if it's Starbucks or anybody. I think Starbucks can move in here any day, and if they make it, they make it. If they don't, they don't, and someone else will take the space. But I think the problem that I have with this building is that it's built not as a developer that is building a building that can be occupied by a lot of different uses over time. It's built very specifically for a tenant who has very specific requirements, which will make it a little more difficult. It was stated that other restaurants could use this in the future, but it doesn't really allow it very well to become other things. It's difficult to make it a 2-story building. It's just difficult when this tenant leaves that it remains something that is very specific to a previous use. And Mr. Hanlon, I admire your design on the building. I think it's beautiful. I don't think it's, scale-wise, it's almost there. I think it could be taller. I like the thin brick canopy. I think that that's a nice element that provides a useful shade purpose. But I just don't think that the building is appropriate to Fairport. So, thank you.
Well, so I appreciate your comments. The one thing that we deal with a lot in repurposing buildings, you know, if say this does not, if they're not successful, it's a great location and there's great amenity space around it, like Matt had mentioned, the covered seating area. There's enough drama or, you know, design there to attract, I think, a lot of different users. And, you know, we've repurposed a lot of buildings that if the location is great, will make what needs to happen around the shell. If there's no more fenestration, say they move out the, you know, the cook line and all that to open it up for windows on that side, that's something that we would do with the new tenant. It's a type of construction also that makes the building easily adaptable to a new tenant, which the biggest thing, it's the column-free space inside. So it can be repurposed pretty easily to other uses that would come in desiring that location.
Okay. What is the material that's under the canopy?
It's wood. So I apologize, Joe. Jamie did bring
Thank
the
you.
materials.
Okay. Perfect.
And so it'll be a wood material. Jamie, you can speak to the materials.
Can you bring them up and pass them around, please? Thank you.
So this is a wood product that's on the underside of the canopy. This is just a section of dark bronze anodized, which would be the windows in the storefront. And the two bricks you see here, this would be the main brick, and then this is the accent brick, just a slightly different tone. But the brick here has a nice pattern to it. There's a lot of character to it. It's not just a flat monochromatic brick.
Can I keep asking while they're looking at bricks? Okay. I just, not 100% that this falls under our purview, but I just want to echo what our friends on planning were saying in terms of grass, trees. If there is going to be work done to the concrete there along 250, I think it would just make for a much more inviting sitting area to soften that area in terms of the expanse of the concrete leading out into the roadway. So, want to throw that out.
Can I ask if, are you looking for landscaping or for it to be grass?
Well, I'm wondering about, like, it's a continuation of the grass that already exists in front of the credit union building, just continuing that as far north as possible. I think, again, just softening that area for people sitting out front. What that looks like specifically or how trees are integrated into that, I'm not sure.
And are you also thinking that that's something that would go from, that would stretch the entire parcel?
Well, if we look at, I mean, I can at least see it
Also in
going
front of Bank of
to,
America?
I mean, at least to the pathway between the two buildings.
Okay.
At least to there, perhaps not in front of where the proposed Cub Room sign is. Maybe that remains concrete in front of the bank, but perhaps at least to where that center path goes through the two. And then to Jana's point, in terms of the rear of the buildings, and I think, I'm glad it was pointed out that we have the planting plans, because I think they do a very good job of softening those renderings that people have been looking at. The rear door of the Starbucks, on one it says it's a delivery door, and on the planting plan it says it's an entry door. Is it for customers or is it only for?
It's not for customers, it's for staff.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so anyone parking in the back of the building will potentially then use just that side door?
Correct.
Okay. Well, then that takes like 3 of my questions away then. Thank you.
So I'm concerned about the, basically the teller and the canopy over the teller on the bank. We all know brick matching is very difficult. Have you done any investigative demolition to see, is there existing brick on the facade where the canopy hits it? What's the plan? Once you pull off that roof, we're gonna have flashing, there's probably gonna be sealants that are gonna be difficult to remove, there's gonna be UVs that have, you know, discolored the brick, and it's never gonna look like it was, I don't know, it's just never gonna look quite right. And to use Chuck's word from earlier, it's gonna be a scar. So are we gonna leave it there? Are we gonna try to fix it? Are we gonna try to conceal it? What's the plan?
Well, excuse me, I think our hope is that we could match the brick in that small amount of area. You know, it's not like we're trying to blend one building with another. It's a small enough area that I think we could make a pretty good, you know, it's an opportunity to get a good match there. We have not done any selective demo yet behind the canopy, but when we do, I think it's a small enough area that I think we can put a good effort on it to get that kind of a match.
I do want to note that there's a photograph within the staff report for site plan that shows that there's currently a number of different colors of brick in that area, which I'm sure resulted from the addition of the drive-through originally.
Yeah, I agree.
I just have a question regarding drainage, if that's all right. Going from facade to drainage. But I'm assuming that these buildings have internal drains, that there's no downspouts or gutters on the back of, like the Starbucks.
Yeah, that's correct. There'll be
internal drain.
internal drains connected to the storm system. There's a storm system that's part of one of the conditions of the subdivision that you guys voted on earlier. That'll be under easement because it accepts runoff from the municipal parking lot and then comes out to Main Street in between the proposed buildings. So we'll be placing an easement over the top of that. That'll be filed with the subdivision and the clerk's office, and we'll be connecting the surface drains as well as the roof drains to that same system.
Okay. And then I was briefly looking at the grading plan. And it looks like, most of that parking runoff is coming directly towards your buildings. And I just wanted to make sure that the drainage, especially in these patios, is, addressed. So there's no ponding and there's no pools of water where people are, sitting. And I know that there was an existing manhole that was labeled on the patio of the Starbucks. It seemed to be the low point of the patio, and I just didn't want to. There's all the parking lot drainage coming through it. I would just kind of be careful so you don't have a pond of water in these
Sure.
patios. That's
Yeah,
all.
I can talk to that a little bit. So there's open drainage inlets along the curb, and that is part of the reason why we're doing full depth curb, except for where the ADA is to catch that water and make sure it gets into the storm system instead of going between the buildings. So we are addressing that. And then within the patio areas and sidewalks specifically, we'll be using heel-proof grates or grates that aren't open, that are difficult for people to navigate. But we are providing inlets throughout the patio area to collect that drainage for what falls specifically there, but it'll be very small or limited amounts of drainage within those patio areas because of what we're picking up from the parking lot already.
It would be a great opportunity to use some permeable paving, maybe in the sidewalk. I'm assuming the sidewalk that goes from the front to the back is concrete, right?
That is correct, yeah. So
Would be
we
great to
have not done any geotech exploration for the south building yet, but if successful, we'll take a look at infiltration rates and whether or not that might be feasible.
Great, thank you.
I have one more question, and I think I've gotten confused through something was mentioned, and then I may have misunderstood it. The canopy, what are the materials? We saw the wood, which is the under ceiling of it. What are the rest of the materials for the canopy? What are the columns made out of?
The columns will be metal.
Oh,
and it'll
okay.
either be a painted metal or, yes.
All right. Okay, I'm clear now. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions, or would you like the applicant's representatives to present on signage?
Let's talk about that curb lawn, what's it, yard lawn, the area between the sidewalk and the curb. Tree lawn, thank you. Told you it's after 7:30. So what I would propose that I think would make the most sense is to return what is now concrete from the existing grass to where, I think you can see it in some of the photos, and it's noted on here, there's a lower sidewalk where there is a curb within the sidewalk, and that's where he's cutting, showing that the existing concrete's to be saw cut anyways. I would propose that gets returned to grass, and then trees are planted per whatever the specifications are from our tree board for street trees. And I would imagine from a cost perspective, that would probably be
Yeah, so it would
beneficial.
fall under DOT for that.
Oh, that's DOT? Okay,
Correct.
well,
Yeah,
whatever.
we are agreeable to that as long as there's a caveat there that as approved by DOT, so that if they come back and say, hey, it's concrete, we don't have to come back before you to talk through that again. Not that I wouldn't mind seeing you guys again.
A lot of negotiating.
Can I ask again about that? Are you looking to have that in front of the Bank of America building or the
Yeah.
entire?
So what I looked at for reference was what it looks like across the street, because I think mirrored it would look best. It kind of ends in a unique spot over there across the street. So I think, based on what they're showing here as far as removal, what they're showing is removed, I would like to see returned as grass.
It's essentially to the south extension line of the existing bank building is roughly where that ends, where that would go to.
And then whatever governing body is in charge of trees, make some recommendation to put a tree or two in that grassy space.
Can we just add a condition that they request it from DOT, and whatever DOT decides is above us?
Yes.
Can we make that request to have it the whole way? I mean, I'm not sure why it would end at the south end of the bank building. It would be great to have that median all the way through, right? It's like a green separation between the street and the sidewalk. And I feel for pedestrian usage, it's always great to have that separation between the street and the sidewalk. It's
Sure.
green, right?
Mr. Ingracia, may I come up?
Please, please. Oh, okay.
You could spin it around, you could do whatever you want.
Yeah,
See
so
where
yeah,
Well, this will give you both sides. You could see where the curb is now.
Yeah.
You could see that's that side.
Yeah.
So there's grass there, and then it ends in front of that building,
I'm with you.
and there's the other one. So
And
you
that's
guys
what I
wanna
was
see
kind of trying to mirror there.
Mr.
which-
Ingracia, do you mind sharing that with all the board members so they have a
Yeah.
chance to view it?
Sure. So what you would do is, when I have it here, just go like this, and you can see the other side. You just spin it around.
Yeah,
If my kids call, just tell them I'll call them.
So, Yana, what I was proposing there was that we mirror the other side of the street, which the tree lawn ends prematurely.
Is that something you guys can find? You will apply to the DOT to have landscaping that mirrors the opposite side of the street, and
Yeah, if that's agreeable to the
Yeah.
board.
I would say, yeah, at a minimum, mirror it to the opposite
Yeah,
side of the
the
street.
area
You
in
could even
front
go
of-
to the corner. I would be fine with that, but
Yeah, the area in front of the bank is kind of outside of the area of where we're reconstructing sidewalks, so it may be a little more difficult to
Yeah.
expand to there, which is why.
all you can do is ask, right?
Concrete, yeah.
yeah, and if we can get some more precedent from DOT on street trees, that'd be great.
If we could work with staff and then develop a design with staff and then submit that to the DOT for their approval. That's how I would address it, if that would be all right.
Sounds good. So we, if I think we're in agreement as a planning board, and we'll condition it
We want it to
as such.
look right.
Sounds
Okay.
great. Yeah, thank you. So then I'm sorry with the subdivision versus site plan when to bring things up, but I think no loading signs would be applicable there. There were a lot of concerns regarding traffic and
If I could just,
Yeah.
the no loading signs are definitely going to be within the DOT purview, so
Sure,
we
same.
can potentially request that, but that would be
say
completely
please.
up to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Say please, please. There was a lot of concern regarding traffic, and I just want to make sure that we address it. What you provided us was a trip gen. The trip gen, it seemingly had some recent data, some older data within it. It did not recommend any further traffic studies. You know, is there anything more that you can offer us to ensure us that a new building here with a coffee shop will not cause some kind of traffic disaster at the intersection there?
Yeah, so I can speak generally to that, and then we actually have Nick with Passrow, whose firm did the traffic study as well. So from a safety perspective, eliminating two driveway cuts immediately adjacent to a signalized intersection where folks are trying to beat traffic or beat a light, that will increase safety because it was conflicting with the left turn lane and the queuing exiting out of there. And I'm sure I'm talking about a situation that all of you are aware of. And then as far as geometry or infrastructure within the street network, mitigations typically are add a turn lane, add a traffic signal, sequence the timing of that traffic signal. So all that infrastructure exists here already, and the traffic from the calculations from adjacent uses or other uses working in the operating hours of the prospective tenants, there's no anticipated impact here. And, you know, frankly, I think the safety is going to be greatly increased by removing those two driveways that exist there today.
Great. And then just for the sake of making sure we're inclusive here, did Nick have anything you wanted to add to that, or were you good on that? Sure. I think it'll be good, given some of the comments we received regarding this proposal.
Yeah, so, Nick Merrifield, Passer Associates, and I think one of the biggest concerns was the, amount of traffic that we are saying that the proposed development will generate. And for that, how we determined it was we looked at Starbucks in the area, tried to find a similar Starbucks that did not have a drive-through, and there is one on Penfield Road. We went there and collected trip generation data from 7 to 9 a.m. And based on that, we determined, hold on, let me pull the numbers. Yeah, the Penfield Road location generates 78 entering and 78 exiting vehicles. However, the annual average daily traffic, AADT, along Penfield Road is significantly higher than what it is currently in Fairport along Main Street. Yeah. Penfield Road has a AADT of 32,539 vehicles per day, whereas the proposed location in Fairport only sees 11,216 vehicles per day. So given that, and it's also the traffic that will be generated by this project will mostly come from the existing roadway. So given that, we felt a ratio of the two AADTs was accurate to apply to the collected data, and that is how we came to our conclusion of 27 entering and 27 exiting trips. And that methodology is accepted by the Institute of Transportation Engineers and is often what they use as a independent variable for developments like a coffee shop.
And that's 27 and 28 per hour?
27 entering, 27 exiting during the peak hour in the morning.
Got it. And just in conclusion, it is not your opinion in any way that this will have a meaningful impact on the traffic situation on Main Street in the Village of Fairport?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Matt, I think you had breached the subject earlier, and I apologize if I kind of had missed the conclusion. What happens on Saturday mornings during our farmers market? Oh, I wasn't here for that? We're all good? Okay, farmers market on, perfect, check. One thing with the design overlay district that we hadn't discussed, it seems like we've hit on everything else, was just this front setback of 0. And from the wonderful staff report that we get that I love, it did say that front setback could be waived if there were things that enliven the public realm. And I just didn't know if that was something where we should now consider, do we want to move that, request that that patio gets moved up to a 0 lot line. I think generally, I don't mind how it looks, and I think that my logic would be that the slight offset helps to accentuate the surrounding buildings, but I just hadn't heard anybody talk about that, and I think it's important for us to note why we may look past certain aspects of the design overlay district.
I think that's a great point. From my perspective, one of the changes that was made coming out of that workshop was to push the building back so that it didn't dwarf the Italianate structure that sits to its left. I think that's a valuable change that was made. I think about other buildings on Main Street where we hit that 0 setback, that I'm not sure that best serves either walkability or kind of consistent viewpoint down the street. So I think there's benefits to, in this instance, waiving that requirement.
Great.
Yeah, and I'll speak a little to that too, Joe. I won't take too much time, but just, as a planner, I like to see as low a setback as possible to cultivate and encourage walkability within, a dense environment like an urban village. In this instance, I think not only, considering the neighboring properties, but also the combination of the patio, the landscaping, and the engaging entranceway for pedestrians into the Starbucks building, I think that softens that more expansive setback to me. So I'm totally okay with it as well.
And I did just want to reiterate, we have 16 feet in the project stats as a request for the waiver. That's to the face of canopy. It's actually 20 feet to face of building. And I'm not sure that there was a distinction within the code for that for a cantilevered canopy, but that's what is represented on the plans in front of you and the renderings.
Excellent, thank you. I didn't see one, but I might have missed it. Is there a bike rack somewhere? Yeah, it's in the center, kind of towards the back of the parking. Beautiful, okay. And then site lighting, I see the building lighting, and I know that we had requested specifications from that Mr. Hamlin agreed to provide at some point. Was there any other site lighting?
They've already been
Oh, we
provided.
did it?
Yes.
It was like a 2-minute walk across the street. It was fine. I know,
We took your ball.
did you? Again?
I'll speak to the parking lot lighting. There is lighting within the municipal lot. There is one light pole in the existing island, the west end of the existing island that'll be relocated near our new parking, and that'll be consistent with the existing poles that are out there today. There's low-level lighting, landscape lighting all the way through.
You mentioned that. I apologize. I forgot.
Okay, and then just my last one, there were 2 poles shown on the landscaping plan, like they were like aluminum poles or something. Is that just for support for lighting? Is that what that was for? I couldn't make heads or tails of that. I forgot what note it was.
Yeah, that's correct. So Ryan Kelly again. So we had 2 posts. So we're obviously trying to activate that courtyard for the Cub Room patrons, and just to get a little bit more foot candle, we latched on to having some bistro lighting mounted. So what we did was we really tried to emulate what's going on at the Starbucks side, matched materials, and we have 2 vertical posts that kind of frame in that patio that would be basically in the landscape area and blending in with some of the boulders that we have proposed as well. But essentially that would be, bistro lighting mounted about 9 feet over the patrons in seating area.
Okay. I think that's all I had. Thank you.
So at this point, would you like the applicant's representatives to discuss signage?
Would we be better off trying to do public comment and make a motion on what we've currently achieved?
I think you may be, well,
So we have a joint public hearing for all 4 applications. So we could probably do it one of 2 ways. We could open it up for public comment on the design criteria and then return to signage and then do that
Let's
again.
just do
Or just do
signage then.
signage and then let the public comment on everything.
Yeah, let's do signage.
Let's just,
Yeah.
Okay. So then we'll pivot to signage.
So I'll talk about the signage on the Starbucks building. The signage that you see on the front of the building is 14-inch tall channel letters. It's got a black frame and the text is white. This is consistent with several other establishments down Main Street. So that sign is on the front and the back, and there is also a monument sign that's in the front yard, which is also a theme that's consistent with other establishments on Main Street. That sign is made out of aluminum, and the decals are applied to the face of that. Ryan can talk about the Cub Room signage that has been incorporated with the garden space. and not on the historical building.
Yep, Ryan Kelly again. So for the Cub Room signage, I mentioned to Jill when we originally submitted, our tenant client has not released the name of the restaurant, and they're holding that pretty tight for employee engagement. I was hoping they would shed some light tonight and make everyone's night, but that didn't happen. So what we did was we proposed basically some design guidelines around dimensionality and materials. But long story short, we're asking for approval for 2 freestanding signs, one South Street facing, one parking facing. Because of the uniqueness of the site, we really have 2 front doors. And they felt it was very important to, well, one for branding and standard, but also for wayfinding. So we have black aluminum framing with an acrylic backing. We have gone to obviously a ground-mounted light, but we were focused on laser cut letters, and dimensionality would be 4 feet by 1 foot. And we're really looking to create a straight line across the street massing, so it would be really in proportion and also matching heights of the pillars on the Starbucks side. So we really wanted to create more or less a straight line on that horizontal.
May I ask a question
Sure, sure.
about the signage? So the name will not be the Cub Room, but will the font, is the font as presented what is proposed?
That's a great question. So the font was developed by their graphic designer, correct? So font is consistent, name may change, but will remain within those dimensions.
I have just, I guess, a question for understanding. The Cub Room sign is parallel to the sidewalk. The ground sign for the Starbucks is perpendicular, right? Why?
It's a great question. Well, I think 2 foot Cub Room is more pedestrian facing, and Jamie can speak to the Starbucks intention.
We placed the Starbucks sign, which is also consistent with the other neighboring properties that have their sign facing in that orientation to the street.
My second why question on signage is, why 2 signs for Starbucks that are both forward facing?
Again, this is consistent with other places that are on the street. You see this on most of the properties. They have a sign on the front of the building, and they have a monument sign in the front yard.
So I don't want to, sorry, Joe, I don't want to hammer on this too much, but I kind of question the need for the monument sign for Starbucks, and I'm similarly questioning why it's a different orientation than the Cub Room and why it's not facing out to the street. I know you kind of answered that, but it seems to me, was there consideration given to making it parallel to the street, making it face the street rather than the sidewalk?
Yeah, I believe we discussed this and decided that it was better orientation for pedestrians walking down the sidewalk, that they can see the signage.
Okay, I think that's fair. I don't know that I necessarily agree. I think the sign on the building is strong enough for pedestrians approaching, but I see where you're coming from at the very least.
Yep, understand, and so we're being consistent with the other signs that are on the street. We felt that if we rotated it in the other direction, we wouldn't be consistent with those properties.
Where else on Main Street has monument signs? I'm trying to think. The funeral home does.
Yeah, there's
what
like
else?
3 or 4 on this side going towards Church Street, and then on the other side of the street, there's another 3 or 4 over there. So it's in this section where all the properties are set back from the street.
There are some photographs of the area that Jamie's referring within the staff reports.
Oh, okay. The credit union.
I think one of the questions too that I had was just about the design itself as a monument sign and lightening it up a little bit, having a post sign, a little bit of visibility, that it wasn't that as you're walking by, it's fairly large, significantly large sign. So making it have a little more transparency, lighter, you could still keep the orientation.
If I could,
Understood.
yeah, just chime in on that. The Starbucks sign, to me, the monument Starbucks sign looks very much like it marks the entrance to a drive-through. I would prefer to see something you've created an airiness of space, right, in the design, I think, for the Starbucks structure, right, with the way the the patio area is set up. I think that's the intent of the high transparency in the window. I would prefer to see something, if a monument sign is there, that better mimics that than sort of the block, welcome to our strip mall.
Yeah, I think, just to agree with that, I think, to me, the monument sign's the only thing that really doesn't blend in with everything else around it. I question the need for it, but it is consistent with others. I think people are gonna know there's a Starbucks. But I don't think the current monument is consistent with the character and the rest of the signs on Main Street. So I would ask that we have another go on that.
I would agree, and I would, just to add on a little bit more to that, I think, to call a spade, I think this sign is geared towards drivers. I don't think it's geared towards pedestrians. I think the scale, I think the orientation, it's more to alert drivers, here's where the Starbucks is, which I totally understand the need for it, but I would prefer it be more sized and scaled and designed aesthetically for the pedestrian realm and not for motorists.
Do you want to provide some specifics to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the materials themselves, I know I can't speak to that certainly as well, but for me, from a planning standpoint, I think reducing the size, the dimensions of the sign, and facing it a little bit more towards the sidewalk, it doesn't necessarily need to be parallel, but I do think that having it perpendicular is just so when drivers go by, they see it. But if it's more parallel to the sidewalk and smaller in dimensions and scale, that to me is more pedestrian friendly than what you're showing here. And I also think it would be much more consistent with the rest of the site.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I wish I could give specific examples. I'm blanking right now on specific signs.
I think that's good. What are your thoughts on the base? Is that, because I've heard some comments about the post sign. Is it your?
Yeah, I
the
do.
next couple up the road.
I like post and panel signs. If we're talking specifically about sign types, better than the base that's shown here. If it was going to be a true monument sign, I'd rather see something a little bit more permanent structurally as a base with two posts poles coming up, facing the sidewalk with the sign on top of that. That to me is a little bit more something akin that you would see in an urban walkable environment in a pedestrian realm. But even two posts, like a double post and panel sign, I think would even be an improvement on that.
I have a question for John. If we don't know what the name on the sign is going to be, can we approve it? It seems to me that the signage, the spacing of Cub Room might be drastically different than something with a longer name.
longer name.
Yeah, very. It's and the whole because we've done this with other applicants is if the sign is distracting to drivers, we have made them change it. We did it with the landing.
Right.
So that I'm concerned about that, how we can approve a sign when we don't know what's going to be on it.
So the only thing, without the actual name, the only thing you would be capable of doing would be approving the dimension of the sign itself, where the writing can be situated within the dimension of the sign, the color and configuration of that sign. So if they haven't planned appropriately and you approve a sign that's 10 by 4 and the name is just so long that it cannot physically fit, they will need to come back and get an amended approval.
Tom just triggered a thought for me about signage changes too, right? If something we've talked a lot tonight about is the idea that, perhaps the tenant in the current Starbucks building isn't always Starbucks. So as you're thinking about a potential redesign of that monument sign, what's something where maybe you've got a structural base that better mimics the building, but the sign name could change? I would also just continue to be curious for more thoughts, including from historic preservation, about whether we need both signs.
That's a good point, because, and I'm sorry, the rendering here that was provided to us, it's not overly legible. It looks like that's saying like 6 foot tall by 3 feet wide, is that correct?
That's correct.
So there is a portion that's taken out and put in the memo, but the actual drawings are contained within the staff report.
Right, yeah, it's just blurry.
Yep, well, but
Or
that's a snapshot of, but the actual
Oh.
drawings are within the staff
Oh,
report.
where, am I looking at the wrong page?
And I just want to, I misstated that the dimension, current dimensions are 1 foot 10 inches by 4 foot 4 inches, with the lettering being 1 foot by 3 feet 4 inches. So if they can't fit it within those dimensions because the name isn't comparable to the cub room in terms of size, then they're going to need to come back and.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I'm looking at the drawings again. I'm also just realizing, is there a proposal that we're putting the Starbucks logo affixed to the back of the building as well?
That's correct.
Okay, so now we're talking about, the Cub Room's got 2 signs, front of the building, back of the building. We're talking about 3 signs for Starbucks. That makes me far more apprehensive of the monument sign. I mean, we could float a blimp over it too, you know?
I like where you're going with materials, though, because, you know, you're going with a metal framed canopy on the front, and then you've got this kind of, it appears, once again, I'm doing the best I can with this, you know, appears to be like a wood look sign.
It'd be,
right?
it's aluminum, so it would match the canopy.
Right, but,
and
I mean, it appears to be brown.
the dark bronze anodized there.
It just definitely has the way that it
Okay.
appears, it has a thicker, like, appearance to it than sort of the way it looks when they're taller, longer posts. When it's a shorter to the ground thing, you've got this kind of, it looks clunky, for lack of a better word. Yeah, it looks big and kind of, yeah. Pardon me for not having more graceful words to use to describe it.
It's like an object unto itself, right? It's just a freestanding object, and the landscape around it doesn't, not quite, you know, it doesn't fit within that landscape, whereas the Cub Room sign, I feel like the position of it, where it fits in the landscape, the sizing of it, it's not as hefty, as bulky as the
And I'm sorry, I guess I have a lot of thoughts about this. You know, its usefulness is questionable to me too. If you're approaching from the bank building side and you have tall ornamental landscaping there, it partially obstructs the sign from that view. So, you know, who are we really catching with the sign, I guess?
Sure, and I think the bottom 3 feet of that, you could
Yeah.
cut right out, it's just visual pollution at that point, you know, it doesn't say anything.
Yeah, we have some plantings around the base of that and some uplighting on it.
A better,
But
even
that
a better reason why you don't need the
softens the
bottom half of
base.
that, yeah.
The star and the sign on the front and the back of the Starbucks, it's not backlit, right? It looks like you have
Correct.
2 night.
Yeah, we have some sconce lighting, so it's not internally lit.
Okay.
So I'll jump in from HBC. I also question the need for that third sign. I think people walking there will know, people driving will know, especially given just the number for both structures. I don't know if that third sign is necessary. I'm also apprehensive to approve a sign without knowing what it's going to look like. Thinking of an example on West Church, there's a hair salon that has half of a sign. Like, it looks as though it was going to be 2 businesses, something was approved for the top, but then the bottom is just blank and has been blank for some time. So I feel like I would like to see the full rendering.
Am I allowed to respond to that? Because I know Thomas brought that up earlier.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I mean, because what I would think even if you get site plan approval, best case scenario, you open up in what, 6 months with renovations? Like, it's not coming, you can come back between now and then once there's plans. We love the building. If you were to tell me the name was the Cub Room, I don't think anybody would object. The sign's
Yeah.
great, it's a great location, great size. It's just hard to approve something you don't know.
No, totally understand that. Just, we put a ton of time into releasing that information, and that's just not, we're not there. But what we did do, just a little bit more information, we did work with the graphic designer, and the amount of text, the new name will fit absolutely within that framework. So that has been verified, whether that helps or not. So we did make that call and went through that presentation.
What's the lighting like on the Cub Room sign?
So that's, it's consistent with our package. That'll be low voltage, ground mounted. It's basically a low voltage floodlight.
So the sign itself has no lighting within it?
No, correct, correct.
Okay. And it appears that all of these signs are all externally lit, projected onto the sign, correct? Okay.
So the two the freestanding signs are all ground lit. And then Jamie had mentioned the building mounted signs are sconce lit.
And obviously, there's currently a U.S. Post Office box on the site. Can you speak to what will happen to that?
It's a great question. Matt's?
Not yet, but we'll figure it out. No, we, we know it needs to be relocated. We'll have to work with the post office on exactly where that goes.
Any additional questions at this time? Okay. I'd like to ask for anyone in support of the application. They may come and speak. Anyone in support? Anyone in opposition? You can come up and speak, and please identify yourself.
Way too short. My name is Meg Yoshida, and I live at 36 Valley Brook Drive in Fairport. There's not a category for in-between support and opposition, but that's kind of where I am. So I'm addressing you this evening about the proposed project at 58 Main Street. I'm excited that the former bank could become a restaurant. It's going to repurpose that beautiful historic building. However, I was quite disappointed to hear of a chain coffee shop proposed for our local centric downtown village. I mean, don't get me wrong, I thoroughly enjoy Starbucks. I go there probably once a week with my family. And I do appreciate that the applicant clearly put thought into the application. They excluded the drive-through. I've learned so much tonight just being here. And they match the area's aesthetics. But my ask tonight is that the boards ask the applicant to provide an alternatives analysis to supplement their application for the specific Starbucks location. Full disclosure, during the day, I provide permitting consulting for work, and we have some different clients that are utilities. And in general, utilities don't, except for Fairport here, but utilities don't have the best repertoire, and there are always additional asks whenever we go before a board for site plan approval, zoning variances, anything like that. So even if the code permits the use of a facility, the board does have the option to ask for different options as part of site plan approval or when there are variants being asked of by the zoning board. So in providing an alternatives analysis for the use next to the former bank, the applicant would have to provide justification as to why Starbucks is the best option for that location, along with other options and why those options aren't as optimal. I clearly don't have a life and reviewed the 2021 comprehensive plan in the evenings, and there were many phrases and initiatives that stood out to me regarding this application. Although the Cub Room fits into the existing and future character of the downtown village, Starbucks doesn't completely. On page 1.3, the plan states that the village is known for its positive attributes, including items such as a locally supported business and food economy. On page 4.11, there's a mention to maintain a balanced mix between independent businesses and corporate or chain businesses. But there's a recognition that more dollars are kept in the local economy from independent businesses over chain businesses. Now note that this is the only mention of chain businesses throughout the entire plan, although there are many mentions of independent businesses. The plan also discusses the hope for what the future of the village will be. Pages 1.7 and 1.8 There's a future land use map to help describe the character of the village. And this proposed application would go in an area described as the heart of a downtown business district. When I think of heart, I don't necessarily think of chain stores like Starbucks, but instead think of unique, local, one-of-a-kind stores like what's already currently in our wonderful village. In addition, on page 2.7, the plan references some of the most important opportunities and issues identified by respondents for the village during the next 10 years, and that includes attracting unique shops and restaurants in the business district, not chain shops or chain restaurants. So I know we've talked about some of this already, but a few other concerns I have are the other local coffee shops as well as a potential parking issue. We all know that there are other coffee shops within a close proximity, and I don't want to see Starbucks draw business away from these wonderful local establishments. I thoroughly enjoy going to these shops and am concerned without significant data behind it that Starbucks isn't going to take away from those businesses. And as far as parking, I know it's been discussed, but what hasn't been discussed is there's another proposal before the boards at 94 South Main Street, the big red church on the corner, and that is before the boards looking to change the use of the property. If that proposal goes through, there will likely be a much larger need for parking. So both of the proposals at 58 and 94 South Main Street could compound the parking strain in the area, because there are times where that public parking at Fairport Village Landing is already constrained. So I asked the board to kind of consider the potential parking implications of both proposals together due to the proximity to one another and the schedule of both proposals coming before the board. So overall, I feel it would be beneficial to the public and boards to see other options for the property instead of just one option for Starbucks. The portion of the proposal reutilizing the bank for a restaurant, I think is very well thought out, but based on the 2021 comprehensive plan and the vision for the future of the village, dividing the parcel to build a chain coffee shop doesn't appear to be fully aligned with the goals or the local feel of the village. So since the applicant is asking for waivers and variances here, I urge the boards to consider asking the applicant to provide a thorough list of local alternatives for the second use on that south property instead of just including Starbucks as part of their application. Thank you for your time and consideration of the public's feedback on this application.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition?
Hi, Al Bartolotta, village resident. A question I had, and it might have been addressed, I might have missed it, but the multi-story that's required in the code, I assume that was waived in this case. Was it waived, or what? Why was the decision made not to require the second story?
So the boards have not deliberated yet.
Oh,
They've discussed the waivers, but they have not deliberated, so no decision has been made.
okay. The only thing because I recall for the Diane Prince, the developer in that situation came in with a plan for one store, and he was required to add the additional stories for residential. So I feel like they should be treated the same. And I also want to, in relation to what the young lady just talked about too, the comprehensive plan, I would suggest that the policies in there, if you look at the public comment, it does pretty much reflect, I think, that the public in Fairport generally, they look at the local economy, retail economy, kind of as the lifeblood of what they have downtown with a sense of place and the characters. So I'd really encourage you to look at some of the policies in that plan and try to make the language a little bit stronger in terms of prioritizing your local business community. And also in the code, when the code is redrafted, I understand you're going to have a redraft of the code, in the near future. I would look at, there are many things you can do in the code if the desire is to try to maintain and promote local businesses. There are things you can do in the code to put some language in there to make that happen. Several communities across the country have done that, so I would urge you to look at that as well. Thanks.
If anybody else would like to speak in opposition to the application? And if there's other people, you don't have to wait for me to invite you up. You can just come up.
Hello, can everybody hear me? Is that good? Okay, I'm Margaret Frank. I live in Parksicle Drive. I've been a village resident for like 35 years. In those years, there have been many positive and exciting changes in the village. Recently, there was a guide published that highlighted the many businesses in the village of Fairport. I brought it with me. I meant to bring it up. It was called Fairport 2023 and Parenting Community Guide. There was a section in the brochure that really caught my eye. It was, when we shop local independent businesses, we keep more money in the local economy. We celebrate the uniqueness of our community. We support local jobs. We help the environment. We conserve tax dollars. We benefit from the shop owners' expertise. We encourage entrepreneurship, and we make our community a destination. I frequent many of the local independent businesses in the village, and it is important to me to talk with the owners and employees of those local businesses and get to know them. I am perplexed as to why there needs to be a Starbucks built on 58 South Main Street that is a corporate-owned business that will take money out of our local economy. As I've looked at the proposed drawing of the Starbucks, it doesn't appear to me that the structure will fit in with the existing historical buildings on either side of the proposed Starbucks. I also wonder where the patrons of the Starbucks will park on Saturdays when the farmers market, that's been addressed. So we currently have 3 locally owned shops: Clementine Coffee, Fairport Coffee Roasters, Junction 361, and some other businesses that also offer coffee that were mentioned. Why do we need a chain coffee shop? The idea of opening a restaurant using the existing historical bank building is appealing. I want to frequent local independent businesses, and my hope is that a Starbucks is not built on the property at 58 South Main Street. Thanks.
Sure, if you don't mind coming up to the microphone.
Jean Whitney. I guess I would like to know what other decisions need to be made tonight. Could the 2 boards, especially the planning board, have a chance to talk with each other without this venue?
So part of obviously this is a public process. And so the boards will deliberate in front of the public. This is not something that's done in a back office with just the board members.
I
So-
understand that.
So they will deliberate and discuss this, the applications before them in front of the public.
Okay, so you're saying there are more decisions to be made tonight?
They will deliberate and they will discuss. I don't know that they will move to take action on anything. They're welcome to,
Okay.
but they don't have to.
Thank you. I just was wondering where we were headed here.
Okay.
All right.
Would anyone else wish to speak? Are you speaking in opposition to? Okay. So if there's no one in support or opposition, I'd like to allow time for the applicant to provide more information.
I'd just like to clarify one of the comments that was related to exploring design alternates. As the boards know, we have had discussions with the boards and workshops with staff about design alternates to land where we have with the facade treatments, the stepping of the buildings, and those kind of things. Specific to uses, of course, that's not really what we're here for. When there is a variance or a special use permit required, alternates for those uses are required to be explored, and that's really not the case of what we have here because it is a permitted use. So the waivers that we're requesting from the board, which are the 2-story, the parking, and the front setback, all are within the purview of this board's, the planning board's oversight. And those are relief from bulk requirements, not really related to uses. So, and I know Jill can clarify that further for you folks as well, but that's part of the reason why that is not part of your package, because that's really not part of the proposal. So Ange, I don't know if you. Thanks.
Okay, so then we can close the hearing. Let me rewind that. If you'd like additional information, if you would like additional information from the applicants, now is the time to ask those questions. If there's additional information that you think you require, now is the time to discuss.
I think the only thing that I would add is, as part of the design overlay district, and I know you and I had discussed the second story and what that means, and there's not necessarily a great definition of what a second story is, so we had considered it a height concept, not necessarily an occupied level of a building type of concept, and I think that height is what I was looking at, so I don't feel like I'm necessarily approving a single-story building here, and I think if that wasn't made clear, now it is.
I completely agree with that, and I think the bank is a good example. I wouldn't consider there's a second story. I think it's all one level. It's, when you stand on the first floor, you look all the way up to the ceiling. I look at it more as a height level, and I think the applicant's done a great job of trying to really capture the two-story feel, even if there is only technically one story within the building. I know we have the ability to waive it, and based on the consistency with other buildings to the south, we finally got directions, right? Consistency of other buildings to the south, I think it's appropriate in this case to approve.
Before we go too far, I'm going to ask if there's any other questions, because we're veering into deliberation land. And so I just want to make sure that if there's any additional questions, we cover those.
The applicant said something in the last comment that I just want to make sure I'm on the same page. They are not going to zoning for everything, correct? There is no need for a variance with this application. But for everything here, otherwise meets every code requirement.
Correct.
Do we request to see all the elevations? I know there was one missing. Is that something that we talked about conditioning?
Yep, there was discussion about conditioning that and we've talked about a lot of different, let me see if I captured it correctly.
That it'll be the same as the south elevation?
There was discussion about conditioning the facade to mirror the openings from the south side on the north side.
Is that correct, Mr. Hanlon? Because that's not what I had noted here. But
The intent is that the north side will have the treatment that is illustrated on the west side of recessed panels. And the number of recessed panels will mirror the openings that exist on the south side.
Do you mind
And I
slowing
promise I
down?
will give you a drawing that confirms that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it would be good to have the drawing as part of
Yes.
the package.
Yes. So,
Package.
and I guess let me explain a little bit how the conditions work. So if you put conditions on an approval, the permit is not issued until the applicant demonstrates compliance with those conditions. So whether it be the filing of an easement, the submission of a specific design, permits are not issued until those are all complied with.
And I guess, I don't know if it's fair, Jill, to say, if we provided that drawing, I don't have to bring everybody back? Do we show it to staff? Do we show it to
So,
planning
yeah,
board chair?
So what happens with those conditions is I, as basically your staff, when things are submitted, you've said, okay, you need to meet these conditions. I verify that they are meeting those conditions. So it doesn't come back before the board it comes to me and I ensure that everything that you have stated is complied with before the applicant moves forward.
Also, another kind of question or request, the condenser units on the roof. I know you said you will not see them, but we didn't really see any documentation on, what the height of the condensing unit is going to be. Are we really not going to see them if the, HVAC engineer needs to up the size of it? I feel like I would feel better about it if I could see a roof plan to kind of show where those condensing units are.
We could provide a
yeah.
documentation, yes, that shows the height of the roof, the height of the parapet, the height of the equipment,
Mhm.
such that they would be screened from at least 100, 200 feet away. Sometimes they might be 6, 8 inches higher than the parapet, so if you're 500 feet away, if you could see it, you'd see it. So I'm not, but, we can provide that documentation
Yeah.
for your satisfaction.
That would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, so there's some options here. What we can do is we can, because I've obviously taken a lot of notes and listened to everything that everybody has said, and you can close if you'd like to move on a certain portion of the project. So if you're ready to deliberate and discuss and move on the site and the design elements, we can close that public hearing and we can leave open the public hearing for the signage if you would desire. If you feel that you're prepared to move forward on everything, then we can close all the public hearings. So I'm looking to the board members for direction.
I would be happy to close the discussion on the site plan, but would be interested in keeping the signage open for some of the reasons that we discussed, particularly with respect to the monument sign.
Okay.
Which, would allow the team to move forward understanding construction schedules, but be back to talk about signage later.
Okay. Is that, okay, so then can we do this? What I do when we hold an application is I provide a letter to that applicant requesting certain things, certain documents. So can we go through the items that you would like for the next meeting? And give me a second to flip my pages and get to a blank page.
My thought, I would like to discuss this further with my colleagues, but I would like to see either consideration of the elimination of the monument sign or a proposed redesign of that sign that is more consistent with the architectural and design elements of the building. And that also allows for opportunity for a change of tenant that I don't think the current monument sign permits for.
I would also add, looking at reducing the dimensions of the sign as well, and also considering changing the orientation to make it parallel.
And we're talking about the monument sign. Okay.
Yes.
Are you open then to an approval for the building signs without the monument signs? Or do you want to see everything back as an entire package?
I think that at this point, it makes more sense to approve or take action on as an entire package.
Because there's still the cub room signage that we don't know what it's going to be.
Correct. So are there any additional items or drawings or considerations that you would like the applicant's team to take a look at related to signage? Historic preservation, is there anything that you would like to see?
I kind of like the cub room sign. I think it integrates really nicely, unlike the monument sign for the restaurant, the coffee shop. So,
Is there anything specific that you would like to see them explore or provide?
my colleagues at the planning board, I think, mentioned all the points that I would make about that monument sign.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. All right. So we will leave open the hearing for the signage, and we will close the hearing related to the site and the design. So with that being said, I invite the Planning Board and Historic Preservation Commission to discuss together elements they like, elements that they think need to be considered.
I would be curious to let historic preservation go first on this.
And I guess I want to make clear that this is a joint conversation.
My thought process was this: if they had major concerns from a historic preservation perspective that would lead them to not be interested in issuing a certificate of appropriateness, I think that would be a relevant consideration in the planning board's decision on site plan.
Absolutely. What I'm leading into is that when we discuss for your separate actions, you will be divided, and so we will not have input. So when historic preservation is going through the certificate of appropriateness standards, they will not receive input from planning board. When you are reviewing site plan review, you will not receive input from historic preservation commission. So now is your
I
time
guess I'm asking for a preview.
to discuss
Historic
together.
Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. We've been discussing this for 3 hours. I think we're good.
have a lot more to say, but if they
I-
wanted to
That's
give me the
perfectly fine. Is there
I
is there
do have,
any-
I do have one thing, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that I have done my due diligence on this. With the waiver for the 2 stories, my only concern, as I expressed earlier, is that I would like for there to be some certainty that it could be retrofit or rehabbed into an actual 2-story structure in the future, provide some more flexibility to this building for future consideration. I don't know how we do that, so that's something that I can't really speak to. But that's my one concern, my one remaining concern.
So we do have testimony from the applicant's design professional stating that that is something that is possible. I don't know that it's a direction that we can condition on the ability to do so.
That's kind of what I was saying. I'm not sure that there's anything more we can do, but I do want it stated again that is still a concern for me. I know that you did speak to that.
Is that something that you would want to go in the direction of providing a recommendation? Or is it that you wanted it to be discussed and known?
Discussed and known, and if anybody has any other additional feedback on that that can speak to the veracity of the statement,
Well,
that it can be
yeah, so-
retrofit, then fine.
Yep,
But
so because the public hearing has been closed, there will be no more testimony from the applicants or members of the public.
Yep, good
So
point.
you're stuck with me talking. Anything else?
Well, I'll add to my comments earlier about the Starbucks building, and that is, it seems to me that, if the building were built a little taller, you could put in a second story and actually make this building live a lot longer with a lot more lives. And maybe that's what Andy's talking about is, right now the ceiling height inside is 16'8", so you like another foot, you could fit in a floor and another story and make this building a lot more flexible, which is more in keeping with a village building as opposed to a suburban building that's been built here for fast food restaurant. And so I don't know who is financing the building or building the building. That's probably one of the things we're facing is that it's being built by Starbucks or being paid for by Starbucks, and that's why there's the design team doesn't have as much flexibility. And I know we can't really ask that question, but I'm talking out loud here, so I'm thinking out loud. So that's just, when we talk about the height of the building, it got raised up, which is great because it's going in the right direction, but it ended up aligning with the bank building, the wood frame bank building, but it's still very small compared to the National Bank building, Fairport National Bank building. I'm using that name because that's the company that built the building. So, and so my opinion is that it could be even a little taller, and then it really does have flexibility for future uses beyond just, you know, another coffee shop or whatever, so.
So I want to point out that it is meeting the height requirements. So the code states in Design Overlay District that it needs to be 24 feet and 2 stories. So up for deliberation is the number of stories.
Can I ask a procedural question?
Sure.
In the interest of efficiency for everyone here and the applicant, if a question that would help board members make a decision is, could the architectural team make this building 2 feet taller? Can we reopen comment to receive an answer to that question?
You could.
Would that be efficient? Yeah, I move to reopen comment for an answer to that question. Second me.
I'm sorry for causing a procedural nightmare. I'll second.
No, I think we gotta just be cognizant that the building next door is 1 story, and I don't know how you could possibly, within financial reason, convert that to 2 stories. I think that would be extremely challenging. Yeah, the
Yeah,
bank, and then what is the right height? Because 16.8, if you were to just add a foot and put a floor in there, you'd have 8-foot ceilings, and, you know, on a
Yeah.
first floor commercial retail space, 8-foot ceiling, you know, that's.
My thought was simply to afford the applicant an opportunity to address what seems to be an
Correct.
open board question, so that
Yes.
everyone could be a little more efficient. Maybe they have a good professional idea that I'm not coming up with. That's all. But I don't disagree with you, Joe, at all.
And just because, so from a procedural perspective, there was a motion and a second by 2 members of the planning board, so I would ask to pull the board just to close that one way or the other. That is the motion on the floor.
No, I wanted to
So
say
that's a
no,
pl- so
that's why I
it's-
made my comment. but-
It's a planning board motion on the waiver for site plan, so I'm gonna ask the planning board to simply ask if that's acceptable. We'll reopen, ask the applicant that question.
Out of an abundance of respect for my fellow board members, sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, why not?
I don't-
No more
I-
information is
So-
always good, yes.
So that carried unanimously, so the public hearing on the planning board for the site plan approval as it relates to the waiver issue has been reopened. So if the applicant would like to answer that question, you have the opportunity to do that.
So, we've been talking. You know, Ann Jones, millions of square feet of retail property, is very familiar with the ins and outs of any retail use. And it's not so much, you know, 2 feet yes, 2 feet no. Ann just building the building. It's not Starbucks is not building the building. So he's making this work economically. We've pushed the building up, you know, past the 24-foot height. We were down at 20 originally. And I know it was all in good faith on both sides to get this thing as tall as we can get it. Going 2 feet farther, it's not going to make it more of a repurposable building. And it actually that, you know, would, I don't know how to say this, you know, to repurpose it, it wouldn't be repurposed as a 2-story building. This is a 1-story box or 1-story retail use. If a new use came in, it would be for a 1-story use. It would never economically make sense to make 2 stairs and an elevator on this footprint to go to another level. So it's really, you know, the knowledge that he has of the retail environment, you know, in the Northeast for what makes a building like this successful. And so I think 24/9 is really where they like to stay. So.
Thank you for being gracious about that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Can I move to close the public comment?
All in favor?
Anyone else?
I guess I have some kind of comments for everyone to consider. My struggle with this submission was always like, is this truly a unique building for Fairport? Or is this a chain box that's just being built on Main Street? And I think, in my opinion, you know, I think I would really like a truly Fairport Street building that happens to house a Starbucks instead of a Starbucks on Main Street, right? That's kind of my take on it. And I think that there was a great, I think the design takes that into consideration. I love the landscaping. I love the outdoor spaces. I think it's gonna be great for Main Street to have this new hangout space in there. And I think some of the design features were borrowed from the buildings next to them. So, the question that I always pose to myself, are we successful in creating a unique building and not a chain box that potentially, if it does not succeed in a year, are we going to be stuck with an abandoned building? Or, is this a well-designed building that someone else can come in and take over? And I think there's parts of it that are successful. I really do like the outdoor spaces. I feel like the back elevations could still need a little work just because that is facing the public. I don't know. Those are just my thoughts. But I think it is that the outdoor spaces are great. I really love it. Outdoor seating, people are gonna just be on that side of South Main Street, which is always great. I have a little bit of a, I don't know, the back elevations are a little problematic for me in my head, just because people in the farmer's market, that's the first thing that they will see. And it's the public, it's the village that gathers at this public market, and they want to be drawn into these buildings. They want to, and they just, it's the back of the house that they will see. There's great landscaping, but, yeah. That's just my thoughts.
My just comment, I guess, is current, just to be reflective about what currently sits there and what the public currently sees at the market when they look out in that direction. And from my perspective, I think what's happening here is filling in a space that currently is awkwardly empty with a business and the development of an interesting thoroughfare here for people to gather. And I think that is a preferred scenario. I pointed it out because I thought it was important. I think the landscaping at the back helps a tremendous deal to soften that building, appreciating the logistics of running restaurants and how that has to look to make sense for a business operation.
I do think there are some benefits, and I think we've alluded to them. But we're eliminating 2 drive lanes onto Main Street. We're eliminating a drive-through, and I think, in my experience on this board, drive-throughs aren't well received historically. So for us to be able to eliminate one, I think is on some level a win for the village. So I don't disagree with a lot of your comments there, but I think there's some other benefits as well.
I'm just going to say that I agree with all of you, and I've actually seen how much exterior and public spaces can just create this liveliness, and to me this is very exciting, that part of it. Looking towards the historic preservation aspect of it and the architecture, I would like to hear more from the other commissioners about that. I do appreciate from the workshop how much effort was put into listening to everyone's comments. I thought that was terrific, and I know a lot of people had some very thoughtful things to say. So I guess I would just like to hear what some of the other commissioners might have to say about the architecture and how it fits into the street.
I think I'll just focus my comments on just, my concerns have been addressed. I'll sort of just, I think, reiterate, I think, at least for the commissioners, from what I've heard, the three big sticking points, and not even sticking points, but I'd like to see, learn a little bit more about the potential landscaping in the front, grass, trees, that whole conversation. I'd like to see a window on that southwest corner explored, or something there to break up that elevation. And then I think the only other thing that I have is, to Chuck's point, just for the addition on the back of the original bank building, to bring in both the north and south walls to create a little bit more of a delineation between the existing structure and then the proposed addition.
I've already made my comments based on the design, not so much the overall. I mean, it is clearly a building that is not duplicated on that street anywhere else, but I've made my comments about some of the design elements. I agree with Ani about the back of the building, especially the older building that needs to be worked on a bit. Kyle mentioned, he was talking a bit about the material on the bank, or not the bank, excuse me, the restaurant, and not really going or lining up or something with the brick piers. And we just thought possibly that instead of brick piers, that it be more metal, like the canopy that's covering the eating area, and not do brick piers at all. I mean, in one drawing they look fine, in another drawing they look very massive. So I think that needs to be worked on. I think the back of the older building needs to be worked on, the details there. Jill, as a question on procedure here. I mean, we had a joint meeting, we had a joint discussion of a lot of things here, but don't we need to move to case 2 and have the planning board decide whether?
We're going to do all of that. So
Okay,
because,
except-
and I'll explain this to the board members and as well as the public here. The reviewing authorities, the Historic Preservation Commission and Planning Board have the same level authority. So one does not take priority over another. And so the goal of the conversation was to have that discussion to land on the same points. So then we will then break up and have discussions separately to address the separate cases. So we will get to the actual C of A standards at some point when the initial discussion has concluded. So you guys tell me when you're done with the initial discussion. I can share with you some of the things that I'm hearing and that I've heard in the discussion that you've had as far as conditions go. So conditions that are related to site plan would be to approve the access agreement, that the condition would be approval of the access agreement by the village board, approval of a licensing agreement by the village board, and that would be for the refuse, a filing of a storm sewer access and maintenance easement and a hold harmless agreement between the property owner and the village board. The facade of the north side will, forgive me, I can't read my writing now, will have treatment that is illustrated on the west side to step in the addition at the rear of 58 South Main, the Bank of America building, by 4 inches on each side. To submit a submit a landscaping design plan for the tree lawn area to be submitted to staff, and then ultimately to be submitted and reviewed by staff, and ultimately submitted to DOT. And also a reciprocal cross-access agreement. And as you note, when you look at the 2 parcels, you approved a subdivision. And there are entrances that occur at the bank that we want to ensure then, should there be different ownership, that there continues to be access to those entrances.
Are the conditions you just read in addition to the typical conditions we put on board inspector, the engineer, town attorney, like all of,
Yeah, well, so, and then the other thing that we would do, so I guess, the other condition that I would add is that all comments from the village engineer be addressed, as we did previously with the subdivision. So I don't know that there's anything that needs review and approval directly by the village attorney. So these are typical conditions that would occur. Is there any additional questions about those? They would all be related to site plan, and then the ones that would be related to a C of A would be facade of the north side will have treatment that is illustrated on the west side to step in the addition at the rear of the Bank of America building by 4 inches on each side, and submission of a landscaping design plan to village staff to be reviewed and ultimately submitted to DOT for review. And the reciprocal cross-access agreement.
That's all you have for the for the preservation
Well,
comments?
and the potential window, on the southeast corner of the new construction, to do something on that elevation to break that up. Whether a real window, fake window, however we had talked about it.
And I believe that was getting to the comment about the facade of the north side will have treatment that is illustrated on the west side. Would that be correct?
No, he's
This
talking
is
about the
separate
new
from-
building.
Yeah,
That's the other
that's for the
I had
original building.
Okay.
Yeah.
Early on, I had suggested that there be another window similar to the one in the front
On the Starbucks.
Yes.
On the
Okay.
proposed
South-
On the
Starbucks.
new building, okay.
southeast corner.
Yeah,
I heard
I think I
that-
may have
that
said
should be
southwest
explored.
earlier, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
So,
But I also early
forgive me,
talked
can I
about,
clarify that before we go forward? So you said the southeast
Correct,
corner of the proposed building.
yes.
Jill, can I get some clarity?
Yep, give me 1 second here.
Yep.
The addition of a window.
Yes, something, false window, something there, if possible, given what's happening with the use on the inside. But because as it is right now, that entire south elevation is just a solid brick wall, a lot of which you can't see, given the setback, given the location of the credit union building. But that front corner where you can see it, it could create some interest to break that up in some way.
Here's where I'm struggling. It sounds like some of the comments that my colleagues are making are design changes to the building. I'm accustomed in my time on planning board, if we're sending someone to make design changes, we're gonna see that again. I'm not accustomed to sending someone out to, you have site plan approval or you have whatever and kindly stick on a window and we'll see it later. So I'm a little confused about process.
Okay, so if the conditions are specific enough, that's something that can be a condition.
Well, I
Yeah.
think that the designer needs a
On
chance
it-
to look into it, right? You can't
Both
If you
uh,
want it, if you would request that the applicant resubmit, that's an option too.
can we do conditional, or sorry, initial and then final approval separately? Oh, by John's look, I'm just gonna say no.
I don't believe, I'd have to look.
We used to do that all the time.
There is,
Do you
there is,
have
Yeah,
and
preliminary,
final
yeah.
site
there
plan
is preliminary and final,
process
they
in the
can be
building?
done separately.
That is, I am trying to be mindful to the practicalities of right, we're trying to build a building here, right? So they need both guidance about what that building is gonna look like and they're approved to construct, but they also wanna get started on if they're gonna be building a building. So I'm. Would we wanna do prelim and final for one window, potentially? Yeah, so I guess I'm struggling about what sound like some substantive design changes and just what that means for an approval process. I think we do need to be clear on that.
I think
So-
you should ask for more clarity from our HPC people. Well, give me a size, give me a location, let's put it in the condition, because if I have to do this again, I'm not gonna make it.
We're
I'm
not
just
gonna have a
not.
quorum if we have to do this again.
Yeah.
Straight up.
What's the size of that window?
Yeah. Doors, you're saying.
If I can say a couple things to that, I feel like it's almost unfair to give prescriptive things on the design to the architect, because there's so many different factors they need to consider, like what is inside of the building, can a window fit in, and, you know, I feel like that for us to prescribe sizes of windows and to design a building here is kind of unfair to the design team.
Oh,
Yeah.
you and I both made comments about the addition on the bank and the details that we wanted to see different. So we need to have them explore that, and we need to see that. Okay?
I agree with
Okay.
that, but they need to work on it, not us dictating
Oh,
what size
absolutely.
windows
Absolutely.
we
No,
want.
and I think early on, I think I brought up the window on this side, and I asked them to explore that. I didn't say, you know, we
So,
require.
Of
Can-
course.
Can I make a suggestion along those lines, that the addition, we have now given the design team direction, they have confirmed what their intent was, we just haven't seen it. I feel very confident allowing our chair to make the final decision of what is in the board's best interest. This way, everybody doesn't have to agree. I don't know how we put that as a condition, but as long as it is consistent with our discussion today, I think we can condition it on final approval by our very capable chairwoman.
So with that, as I mentioned, there are two approval bodies here. And so I'm not sure it's appropriate to just rely on the chair of the planning board. Not that I don't think that she's capable, but we've got two separate approvals here. We have a certificate of appropriateness, and we have site plan review. So an option would be to have the applicant return. We've got the list of conditions. They can design to those conditions and have them return and review both the signage and the building, if that's the direction that the boards would like to go.
What is another option?
The, oh, go ahead.
Nope, you go. There's probably more than one.
There's several, we'll talk about all the options. So another option would be that you have the discussion here, you condition, you are specific with your conditions, or allow them to explore the possibility of doing things. I don't know how set you are on certain elements, so that's part of the discussion, but you can condition things on occurring or exploration of. I have done that in a previous life where you would condition something and have them demonstrate that it could not be done for whatever reason.
And that's kind of what I was saying. I would be okay with them if they came back and said, a window will not work in that corner. It will prohibit us from doing X, Y, and Z in the inside of the structure. And then fine. I think, though, we could definitely condition the bringing in of the bricks 4 inches on the addition, on the back of the existing building. Like that, I think is a fair condition. And I only say that because I feel like we as a commission have done that multiple times for projects where we've approved things and can just said, under these conditions. Right, we don't need to see it, exactly.
I don't think you have a planning board objection to that at all. I think
Yeah.
the concern was if we added the window, is it a design?
And I'm flexible on that. And I kind of like how Jill said it, and especially if they say it's really just not a feasible thing. then
It's a
okay.
condition to the satisfaction of the board chair people,
Mm-hmm.
and they can work it out. And if the applicant can demonstrate they can't do it, our very trusty and capable chair people will work that out with them.
You can also rely on staff. So you have staff that can
Even
review
better.
drawings,
No.
and staff is available.
Gonna burden the chair people.
So if I can just explain that logistically for the board's benefits. So if you condition your approvals on providing satisfactory proof to the village planner that the window cannot be installed, if the village planner is not satisfied or has a question that she does not believe she can answer, she'll refer it back to the board to decide whether or not that condition is has been met or not, if the satisfactory proof has not been provided. If it has been provided, then the condition's been satisfied and we move forward. That would be how that would be implemented, practically speaking.
But that's what I'm here for.
Is the planning board ready to vote on a site plan?
Yes.
Can that be done?
So here's the thing. These are so
We don't really have any
intertwined,
authority.
okay? So if let's say that planning board is, let's say they were okay with everything as presented. And then HPC said, no, we want the buildings to be moved in 4-inch. That changes then your approval is sort of null. So that's why it's integral that they be meshed together. That you have to be on the same page for things, and there has to be some sort of a consensus to move forward.
Right, my understanding has been that you need both things and they need to kind of happen together. So if what you all are interested in substantive design changes, I don't know that we can issue site plan.
Correct.
But I do think there are conditions that you're saying that I don't think the planning board, if I'm speaking out of turn, correct me, have an issue with, like the 4 inches on the back of fine, great. As long as the conditions are clear and the direction is clear, I think we're fine.
No, let's give them to Jill. Jill can read the conditions that we're potentially considering one more time. And then if we're all in agreement, let's vote and let's go to bed.
Okay, well, but so it can't be that easy. What we have to do, so yes, your portion is a little bit easier, planning board. But for Historic Preservation Commission, we will be going through the standards for a certificate of appropriateness. So there will be additional discussion through that process.
We go first. We have to stay, because if they change anything, we have to.
So I guess this is a good opportunity to demonstrate how important it is to take a look at the code in the future. So let me talk about the conditions again. And all of these would be part of site plan review, and then I will review again the portions that would be part of the certificate of appropriateness.
Can I just suggest one quick change, if everyone's on board? The exact number of 4 inches setback, before the architect starts detailing exactly how the addition is adjoining the main building and what kind of joint he needs in there, and how, the mortise joints are gonna, the joints are gonna touch. Can we give them a range, like 4 to 8 inches or something? Because once you start detailing that corner, that 4 inches becomes difficult from
So
experience.
do we want to say something that?
A range.
A range, I think,
Like 4
is
to-
that something? Let's talk about the range. What do those numbers look like? Is it 2 to 6? Is it 4 to 8? Do you mind speaking into the microphone? Thank you, Chuck.
I would do it 3 to 6, so.
So the joints don't abut, right? Like, yeah.
Okay. So these are the conditions, and these would be for all of site plan, and then I will go back and read the ones that are specific to the C of A. The conditions being an approval of an access agreement by the village board, approval of a licensing agreement by the village board, and that would be for the refuse, the filing of a storm sewer access and maintenance easement and hold harmless agreement between the property owner and the village board. The facade of the north side will have treatment that is illustrated on the west side. A step in the addition at the rear of the Bank of America building would be between 3 inches to 6 inches, a range you're providing for the applicant to design to. Submission of a landscaping design plan to the village planner for review, and ultimately submission to DOT for review. A reciprocal cross-access agreement between the two properties to provide access to 58 South Main. And also providing satisfactory proof that a window could not be installed on the southeast corner. So now I'll read the ones that are specific to the certificate of appropriateness. The facade of the north side will have treatment that is illustrated on the west side. A step in the addition of the Bank of America building at the rear would, is given a range between 3 inches and 6 inches. And I will have these better written. I'm stumbling right now, I apologize. Submission of a landscaping design plan for the tree lawn to be submitted to the village planner for review and then ultimately submitted to the DOT. a reciprocal cross-access agreement between the two properties, and providing satisfactory proof that a window could not be installed.
This is for the site plan.
This is for the certificate of appropriateness. So the site plan covers all of the conditions that I first read. Would you like me to read them again?
No.
Okay.
You didn't include the details on the brickwork that I would like to see. I mentioned it very, very early in this process. Soldier course, I can give you a picture and I can explain it to you. I believe,
So, so why don't you verbalize that to me again?
Okay.
So details of the brickwork.
I would like to see the detail on the, above the door and window to mirror the pattern that is on the original building. And there's a square with recessed brick. There is a pattern that creates a square. But it has a soldier course at the top, at the bottom, which is at the bottom of this design is literally on the top of the window.
Mm-hmm.
And then stretcher courses that go vertical. And the inside of that pattern is inset. I'd like to see that design, that element,
Yep.
replace what is there.
Yep, okay.
Because they added,
Can I rip that
the
page out?
window design on the older part, the way they have it, created a whole nother element that is not reflected in the older building.
So,
Can I just
So-
say too,
Removal
I'd
of what's
like to
there.
have
on the south
opinions
elevate-
from the rest of the commission too, that that's something that you're comfortable, that folks are comfortable and understand the design that Doris is explaining.
They have inset brick, but no border on the left and right, and what they called it, sorry. But they do have a soldier course at the top of that. But it doesn't mirror anything on the older building, and I think I'd rather have it plain than have a new element, a
So-
new design element there.
Do you want the condition to have it be plain or to carry the element from the original building?
They have to voice their opinion.
Yeah, I just think it's important that it's coming from the commission,
Mhm.
that that's what they'd like to see.
Do you understand what I'm? There's no reason it has to be different on the new part.
So it could be as designed, or it could be with the condition that they carry over the design elements as discussed.
Doris, I respectfully disagree, because I think that the addition shouldn't mimic the existing building.
But basically, the way they did it, they created a new design. Wouldn't it be better to be plain?
Yes, but it's the openings are in scale with the existing building, so I think it's actually a nice interpretation. That's my opinion.
I have to say it works for me too, Doris.
I agree with Chuck also.
So I am removing that as a condition. Do you want me to read the conditions again? Okay.
I have a question too for, Yana, you had talked about, when folks have talked about the back of the buildings, but that's not a condition. We've left that alone, saying the landscaping, all of that will hopefully take care of the concern about the lack of maybe welcoming detail. I didn't hear that as a condition.
Yeah, I don't think we need to condition that. I think the landscaping does do a good job, but it's definitely on my wish list.
May I ask a question of historic preservation, I guess everyone? So I heard about the landscaping at the rear of the building, and that sort of subbing in for design elements at the back. And I have the condition of providing satisfactory proof that a window could not be installed. Is there the desire to rethink landscaping in that area versus a window? And I'm asking because I'm hearing, is that a direction? Is the landscaping that's there acceptable? Or would you still like to maintain that condition of providing satisfactory proof that a window could not be installed?
I did have a thought about that because it's kind of a negative, and from what I understood before, there is possibility of doing something with that blank wall with brick coursing like we had discussed in other areas. And if we know that a true window can't be there, why are we making a condition to show that there can't be and I can't speak to anyone now because we're not in a public meeting, but
You can speak to me.
My understanding was that there really couldn't be a window there because of that, it was a kitchen workspace. So if it's...
I heard a comment there when it was asked about the window being placed in the front, and the design professional mentioned that in that area there was ductwork, et cetera, because of the large window that was at the front of the building. And he further stated that he appreciated and liked the balance between the brick and the large window. Of course, that's on the front.
I'm talking about the
Right,
south.
right.
Oh, okay.
So my assumption then, based on what we heard, is that ductwork isn't just going to be in the front, it's also going to be in that whole corner. So I guess, and I'm just asking for clarification because I heard the comment about the landscaping being acceptable.
Could I offer a suggestion? If people liked the idea of a demonstration that, you know, for practical reasons, you couldn't have a window in the front, you could ask for a demonstration that for business practical reasons, there's reasons why there aren't windows back there. And they could write a little letter that says.
Correct.
That's where we house the back of the stuff, and would that be sufficient?
Yeah, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a drawing showing, I mean, it's, the condition is providing satisfactory proof that a window could not be installed, and so this could be written submission of, at this point, there is, you know, X number of ducts proposed for this area.
I mean, I'll back it off and steal Yana's, you know, her thought of, well, it's a wish list item then. And if it means just a simple letter that says, no, for this reason, I'm fine. I brought it up because I liked that, you know, the idea was presented. I thought, oh, that might make sense. But if it can't, then I'm
No.
okay.
I like
Let's
the idea
go
of a
away.
window, don't get me
Yeah,
wrong.
the condition allows for, if it's possible for the window to be installed, but if it's not, for them to provide documentation that it cannot.
Good.
So we'll keep that condition? Okay.
If it can be just a simple letter like that.
Yeah,
no
absolutely.
No new drawings,
Yep,
none of that.
because it's open-ended. It says providing satisfactory proof. It's not saying providing a drawing, providing technical specs. Okay. So with that being said, I'd like to go through the C of A standards first. I apologize, Planning Board. But I think with all the discussion, we can go through this rather smoothly. And if you would bear with me, I do like to take a lot of notes, and I'm going to do so here. Okay, so what I'm doing right now is reading out the standards for Historic Preservation Commission. At this time, I ask that only Historic Preservation Commission participate in this, and Planning Board, if you would just listen. So the first one is the general design, character, and appropriateness to the property of the proposed alteration or new construction. So we have two things happening here. We have an addition, and we also have a new construction. So if you could speak to both of those.
I think that the addition to the existing bank building is appropriate as designed with our suggestions for little change of details that were in our suggestions.
With conditions?
With conditions, thank you,
Okay.
yeah. Somebody want to talk about the other building?
There's no wrong answer. I just got to get something.
I think that for the general design character and appropriateness, there's been thoughtful consideration of the materials, the use of natural materials, appropriate to the area and the historic property, the hiding of the mechanical elements, the verticality of it, of the design. Does anyone want to add anything else?
Sure. In addition to her comments, I appreciate that they took into account our comments from the working session, the use of soldier courses, pushing brick in and out, cornice, and trying to add some decorative elements that relate to the adjacent buildings as well as matching adjacent heights to create a more, I guess, streamlined design.
Okay. All right, so 2, the scale of the proposed alteration, I'm sorry, did I hear something else? Okay. The scale of the proposed alteration or new construction in relation to the property itself, surrounding properties in the neighborhood.
I think the addition on the bank is totally appropriate in size and scale. And I appreciate that the new building is now at the height of the credit union next door, and also, of course, that it has been moved back so that it's not hiding that property, not blocking it.
Anything else? Number 3, texture and materials and the relation to similar features of other properties in the neighborhood.
Similar to my earlier comments, I appreciate the materials. There's brick on the bank building adjacent to this building, so there is a nice harmony by using similar materials, but also using different tones so that it's not trying to match, and then using precast again as a way to reference the bank building and the columns and some of the more decorative elements on it.
Okay, anything else?
Yeah, I would say that the introduction of modern materials to the new building are actually bringing a sort of a new era to Fairport, and they are neat and slim enough to not compete with the historic buildings. So it's a nice invention of use of newer materials. And that would be the black metal materials.
Okay. Number 4, visual compatibility with surrounding properties, including proportion of the property's front facade, proportion and arrangement of windows and other openings within the facade, roof shape, and the rhythm of spacing of properties on streets, including setback.
I think in terms of the existing bank building, I think our comments were heated. I think there was great attention paid to how to remove the drive-through, how to utilize that area in terms of making it usable. I think in terms of the Starbucks building, I like the drama that's created by the use of the windows sorry, getting late. The north and east corner, I think it's going to make for a really beautiful building, especially in the evening. I forget what the other parts of that fourth thing were. I very much appreciate the setback. I think it pays great respect to the original bank building in terms of being able to see as much of that as possible, while still being able to create a really friendly, usable seating area in front of the proposed Starbucks.
Anything else?
I appreciate the an infill building, even though I showed some objection to its design. I think that placing an infill building on a village street is a very wise move and will enliven the streetscape. So I do like the fact that there's a new building in that void of our streetscape.
Number 5, the importance of historic, architectural, or other features to the significance of the property. So this question gets at how are those elements used? How are elements of surrounding structures preserved because of the design?
I don't know, for the new building, some of the things I was thinking about is that it does take notes from the adjacent historic buildings, especially from the bank with the vertical window elements, the cornices, metal rails, the columns. I think that they've done a really good job with that, the use of materials, other things. And with the bank, I think that it's, the addition is one story. It's not taking away from the original historic structure, and it's going to be different enough, and yet it does still going to have the same kind of a similar look and feel. So I think well done.
Anything else? Okay. So I'm going to read the conditions again for the certificate of appropriateness. Facade of the north side will have treatment that is illustrated on the west side. The addition at the rear of the Bank of America building will be stepped in between 3 inches to 6 inches. A landscaping design plan will be submitted to the village planner to be reviewed and ultimately submitted to DOT for review. A reciprocal cross-access agreement, and providing satisfactory proof that a window could not be installed.
The only thing I might clarify was the first condition, did you say the facade treatment for the addition on the existing building?
I did not. Thank
Okay.
you.
And for the landscaping, was that just for the tree lawn?
Correct. I left out tree lawn. I have it written here. Do we have a motion for that? And this would be to approve a certificate of appropriateness on condition for the addition. Let me read this. I want to make sure that we get it all. To construct an addition at the rear of the existing structure on Lot 1, to make changes to the exterior of the existing structure, including removal of the attached drive-through from the existing structure, to create an outdoor seating area, and to construct a 2,500 square foot building to be used as a restaurant on Lot 2, including an outdoor seating area. And the motion would be to approve on condition of the conditions that I previously read. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
You can vote. Okay, so is that 5? Okay. You know, I have glasses on and I'm struggling, all right? My bedtime is 8. Okay, so at this point, a certificate of appropriateness has been approved. So let's move on then. So we're on to site plan. A couple things that I want to mention. And I heard discussion of this, and I want to just be sure that the planning board acknowledges these. So there are a couple of waivers that were under consideration this evening. And one was the number of stories, the width to height ratio, the front setback, the facade transparency for the Bank of America building. So the existing building does not meet the design overlay district transparency, but the proposed building does. Lot coverage. So you'll notice the chart in the memo detailed that there was not complete compliance, and then also a parking waiver. So is there, I'm going to read the motion, and then I'll read the conditions. The motion is to construct an addition at the rear of the existing structure on Lot 1, to make changes to the exterior of the existing structure, including removal of the attached drive-through from the existing structure, to create an outdoor seating area, and to construct a 2,500 square foot building to be used as a restaurant on Lot 2, including an outdoor seating area. And the motion would be to approve this on condition of the approval of an access agreement by the village board, approval of a licensing agreement by the village board for refuse, the filing of a storm sewer access and maintenance easement and hold harmless agreement between the property and the village board. The facade of the north side will have treatment that is illustrated on the west side on the addition of the existing building. This is the Bank of America building. The addition will be stepped in between 3 inches and 6 inches. The submission of a landscape design plan for the tree lawn to be submitted and reviewed by the village planner and ultimately to be submitted to DOT for review. And a reciprocal cross-access agreement and providing satisfactory proof that a window could not be installed.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Wait, there's one more, right?
Yeah.
To address all of the
Yes,
comments from the
you-
village engineer.
You totally took everything out of my head. That's exactly what, I'm delayed, but so the other condition is that you will address everything satisfactory to the village engineer. And I state
Can we
these.
have that one more time? All of them? I'm joking.
Sure.
I know, please, I'm joking.
So,
Second.
do we have a motion?
Motion second, Joe.
Okay,
Second.
so, oh, wait, we've all, one at a time. Okay, so
very
the-
eager.
the motion is Joseph, and the second, I'm sorry, okay? Okay, and do we have a vote on, as I read, the request and the conditions attached to that request?
Yes.
Okay. So the site plan review has been approved. We're leaving open the public hearing for signage. And I will provide the applicant a letter with what we discussed that the boards would like to see for signage. And we will schedule a hearing date in the future, the near future.
Motion to adjourn.
Everyone in favor?